Hello. Welcome, everyone. To another Final Fantasy 16 stream. Probably the last one, as we beat the game today.
Welcome to the Patron's Whisper. Come to claim your just desserts? Come again. I may have more for you.
Still alive, I see. Something tells me that eyesore on the horizon is your doing. How'd you manage that?
It's a long story. One that I'd rather only tell once.
Right. All hands on deck, then.
Actually, we ran into someone else who decided to destroy the Mother Crystal.
Is this everyone? As I'm sure you've all guessed,
Hey, Jade.
the crystal which now commands the eastern skies was summoned by Ultima. He called it Origin. Though the significance
Assassin's
of that
Creed
name is
Origins.
as yet unclear.
What does it matter what it's called? Its emergence tore Twinside asunder and wiped my homeland from the map.
Cutscene man.
Mention of the Dominion spires can be found in the oldest of Valisthian records. But to the best of my knowledge, none provide any hint as to their true nature. That they would prove the horns of some slumbering demon. Well,
the Dominion's demise was at least quick. Elsewhere, the Republican army cannot hope to contain the chaos engulfing Randalar. Canva is in flames, and the Empire.
Our allies are crying out for answers.
Shit's bad,
Sent
yo.
the curse breakers to give them what assurances we can, but right now that amounts to fuck all.
They wouldn't be able to stop what the skies have started in any case. People here and across the realm grow sicker with every passing day.
Could it be that this new Mother
Hey, I'm
Crystal is
saying.
like the others? That it draws upon the land's ether? It certainly looked that way from stone here.
If that were true,
Can't let her
it would
cook.
explain the hastening spread of the blight since the crystal's appearance. Would it not?
There's not going to be much left unblighted after this. But I bet killing Ultima removes the blight. And restores the land.
Cannot channel its energies. Archay above.
Hey, Devin.
Ether floods below.
I guess.
And in the middle, here we languish, hopelessly entrapped.
It's all right. When we
Rousing
face
speech,
this
brother.
stone here, Ultima told us his true power quickens in the halls of Origin. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to continue. If we are to stop him, we will have to find a way into the crystal.
How are we going to manage that then? It's up in the sky. And fast as she is, the Enterprise can't fly.
Every dominant here can fly, so thanks for
It's
asking
a
though.
lot to take in, and I reckon we'd all benefit from some time to clear our heads. The answer will come to us. Don't you worry. Ain't that right, Clive?
Right. That's right.
Well, go on then. Bugger off.
So who are we killing? We're killing Ultima, eventually.
Same goes for you, Clive. You won't solve anything like this. Trust me. Go and get some fresh air, eh?
Joshua seemed upset.
Isn't everybody? We're talking about the end of the world, but okay. When do we happen upon those quests for, like, each of the major characters? I'm supposed to do to get everyone's ending or something? We killed our mom? No, she killed herself. That problem sorted itself out.
Ultima may have created us, but he doesn't make us who we are. Only we can do that. And if he would have us fight for our survival, so be it. It's what we've been doing all along.
Much like Ultima himself, it would seem. His new world being naught but a means to survive. And so, we must contend to decide which of us shall inherit the land.
I've been killing for as long as I remember, but now
Death for us
it is
all.
getting to me.
Of that, we can be certain. But even should he fail, what world awaits us? A withered, godless place, where our newfound freedom will most like prove a chain in itself.
Well, that may be, but a chain can always be broken. As long as one has the will to break it.
We've been talking about wills so much, I'm expecting Clive to
It may take
summon a Green
generations.
Lantern ring.
Centuries of suffering. And that is, if everyone plays their part. But it will happen. And when it does, it will be on our terms. That is the world that awaits us.
Indeed. And what better world could one wish for?
But first, we have to reach that crystal.
Again, every Dominic can
Then
fly.
it's a good thing I have wings.
Hey, Joshua realized it.
Barely stand, let alone fly. And only the Founder knows what horrors await in those skies. You certain about this?
Am I certain? I am the Phoenix. I will do what I must. This is our fight. Remember?
All right. I yield. But only what you must, yes? I'm still your swan shield.
That you are.
And what of my wings? Lest you forget, you go to stand against a god. I would not have you succumb to fatigue before the fight begins. Ifrit, your brother mentioned that some few of the dominants who have
I
lost
don't
their
call
power
you
will
fucking
still hold
Bahamut.
prime. Is that true?
Kinda rude.
It is. But their icons no longer submitted to their will.
Then
He
mine
fucking
will have to be
calls me
stronger.
a
Then we
Ifrit.
both might save
What
you
a
strength
dick.
for the battle to come.
You don't have to do this.
If you do, there's a chance you might lose all you have left.
And what have I but regret? My life ended in the Dominion. I fear death no more. Besides, I would have words with Ultima. He has much.
Hey,
to
what's up,
answer
man?
for.
Call them mutt.
We are in your debt, Dion.
We can speak of debts when this is over.
God forbid Jill gets screen time. Mention that she can also fly up there.
He speaks like a man who knows he's not coming back. And has come to terms with that.
That doesn't mean that we have to, does it, Clive?
Time to talk to Jill. I only hope she understands.
What does that mean? I hope she understands.
Take as much time as you need, brother.
Say your farewells, and let us be gone.
Are we, like, considering not taking her?
Come to wish on a star.
That might not be such a bad idea. This is it, Jill.
I also took her screen time, yeah, basically.
Why have to do it? There's no turning back now. This is where our journey was leading us. Where it will end, for better or worse.
I could pray to Metia for you. But you'll be all right, won't you, Clive?
Is she not even gonna... They're really gonna do her this dirty?
You always are.
She's not even gonna come with?
I did promise we'd watch the moon together.
I'll be waiting.
Oh my god. They really just kind of relegate Jill to damsel in distress, huh?
It's almost time. Better make sure I haven't forgotten anything.
Clive? Do you have a moment?
Of course. Always.
I wanted to give you something.
I already have your virginity, but thank you.
Is this?
I stitched it from the cloth you gave Hortense. The piece she said you liked best. I told her I used to enjoy needlework, but I didn't think she'd remember.
It's beautiful, Jill. You didn't have to.
When I was very little, I recall my mother telling me that young ladies of the court would give knights ribbons from their hair before they went off to war. I still wear mine, so I made you this instead. White is the color of faith. Faith in your friends, your family, your purpose. Unblemished, unfeigned. Just like my faith.
Pure.
Our faith. May it ever steer us true.
And may it ever bring you back to me. I will always be here.
He should tie it around his head like a bandana. Silken handkerchief. Oh.
It's not time yet, is it? Somewhere in the back of my mind. I know. Thank you.
Bardock, yeah.
Right.
So did Jill really not get like a final quest? I thought chat was saying there were like final quests the other day for the characters. Is that not true?
You alright?
You you off then.
Hmm? Yes, there is still much to do.
So what do I owe the honor? Not saying for you, dear. Anything else?
Yes, not. Alright, Josh, we're getting out of here, I suppose.
Ah, Clive. Of course. Another time.
Where did my last save? Oh, Jesus, a while ago. Well, it didn't give me the warning that I was about to go, like, beyond the point of no return, so I guess there's still a little bit more to go. Why are we bringing Vivian with us? What?
Oh, while you're at it.
Where's that one random pregnant NPC that we rescued? Why isn't she with Gav?
Clive, if you see me dad up there, tell him we were right to leave his legacy with you.
Tell him he'll be in the front row. There's no way he'd miss this. Well, behave yourself, Mid.
We'll see.
Hey, guy. You, a woman.
So, you're in charge now, Gav.
What a colossal mistake.
And what does Taya have to say about that? Come back before she finds out, eh?
Not even putting Jill in charge.
Thank you, Yote. I'm sorry.
Your Grace, I shall pray for your safe return.
That's kind of you. But you should pray he took his medicine. I didn't spend all night grinding herbs for his lordship to leave them on his nightstand. Again.
You needn't fear, Lady Taya. And thank you.
I'm going to die tonight in case you've missed the death flags that I'm throwing up.
Comes back in one piece. Or, at most, two. Any more and you can heal him yourself.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, we're definitely finishing the game tonight. I don't think it'll be a long stream, though.
That hasn't already been said. But that never stopped me before, so just you do what needs doing. And don't worry about us.
We'll do our best, Uncle.
That we will.
If that is all?
Not quite.
Oh, I almost forgot to say goodbye to my friend.
It's time, isn't it?
It is. Take care of him. And you. You take care of her too, boy.
That should be fun, guy.
Don't forget, Clive. We all choose our own path. Believe in yours.
Believe in the me that believes in you. Thanks, friend.
I'll be back. I promise. I love you, Jill.
Man, she's really got to think about it. Oh.
I love you too.
Oh, I thought she was about to hit him with the Han Solo. Joshua's not going to kiss Yote like this either. Good lord. Oh my god, it's a fucking whore. Thank you, NPCs. I will be leaving.
We have a god to kill.
What? Why did she look down like that? Like in shame. What? Where have I heard this song? Final Fantasy. It's like the Final Fantasy theme song, right? Fully accepting this as an RPG, yeah.
Here they come. Hold on, Joshua. Already am.
Already am. No way none of those things hit him. Also, no way they don't get fucking spin dashed off.
He's going to make us a way in.
Is it just an empty void in here?
So, this is Origin.
Damn, is this the lowest viewership and ending of a game that I've streamed has ever gotten?
Far cry from heaven.
Damn.
Where it all began. Where it all begins. Our ark. Your architect.
There you are.
It was here that we slumbered. Here that we waited for centuries, clinging to our decrepit shell, for fear that we might have.
Yeah, I hope the views bounce back next week with we do Mario.
But you have come at last. And now we shall be truly complete.
Yeah, I'm trying not to beat any record lows with any certainty, but yeah, I think even lower than Rain could. Carrying him.
Dominance. We will show you what it means to suffer.
Evil Ifrit. Well art I art thou. Hey, Oscar. Yeah. Where's my cinematic dodge move? Clive's gonna have the moment soon where he's like, if he can have wings, so can I! Damn, that big ass head stuff. I like that his cutscene, like there's little chips that we do to his HP bar as we go. Ultima Prime looks like a freak. Yeah, that's the joke I was making, Devin. That he looks like evil freak. Oh, wait a minute. Does he also have one wing? No, he kind of has two. He has like 1.5. But when he absorbs Clive, he'll have 2 full wings. Tri-beam. Wait, wrong show. Sorry. Surely he's been thwarted.
And you only surrendered. This unpleasantness could have been avoided.
No, but it said he was thwarted. This can't be. I like that all of the angles of Evil Ifrit are also always, like, to show him with one wing.
We have you.
Is that even actual gameplay? No, it's just a cutscene. But I mean, it's not like the fight yet. This shield thing has literally never worked, Joshua. Oh, you got out-shielded.
Go! Save your brother!
What does Ifrit need saving from?
I ask not for acceptance. Only forgiveness!
Actual Dragon Ball Beam Clash? Why is he just letting himself die? So he can have a redemption arc. Hey, Neku, what's up?
Now, Father, it is done.
He was cutscene man until the end. He died as he lived, in a cutscene. All this dust isn't going to help Joshua's asthma.
Clive! Clive! No.
How wild would it be if Clive actually died here and then you had to play the final fight as Joshua?
Joshua.
You have strawberry jam all over your mouth. Father would be disappointed at your lack of table manners.
Thank the Founder.
Did I mention you look terrible?
That makes two of us.
Why is he just now showing the giant, like, blue gem in his chest? What's going on there? Clive's not going to ask about it?
Take my hand.
What was the point of Joshua sucking up Ultima if Ultima, like, got out no problem and now Joshua's body is still ruined?
Come on.
Was that ever explained?
Thank you.
Press on.
Always.
I guess did it even like kind of
Sorry about Dion.
delay
Please.
Ultima?
He did what he had to do.
And it's time we did the same.
Also, in the state Joshua is in, it feels like it really should have been. Well, I guess Joshua needed to heal Clive a bit, so never mind.
Should we stop?
Because of the cough. No, I think we're past that, Clive.
I suppose we are.
That light, so cold.
I like that Ultima made all these hallways for himself, as if like he appreciates human architecture or something.
Seems that way. But I don't want to think what could be waiting for us in there.
Then think instead of those waiting for us at home.
Us? Come on, Joshua. You've been handing out death flags like they were toothpicks. Our little martini umbrellas. No one thinks you're coming back.
Clive.
The Council of Efreet.
They can't be.
But they are. This is the Nexus. A wellspring of life. Yours and ours. As we watch the world stumble slowly to its dark end. It was here we pledged a new...
This tree would go hard in Metroid Prime 4. Look at all that phase on.
With the ether we have harvested, I shall raise my kin from their eternal slumber. That together we may usher in a new age of reason.
This was never about creation. Only self-preservation. You condemned an entire world so that you alone might escape death.
Alone. Him. Alone. Clive. I think I understand.
He's not alone.
Oh no.
They sacrificed their flesh to become beating hearts of crystal that pumped the land's lifeblood from the depths of the earth unto this very chamber. And thus would they labor still, long after their work was done, had you not set them free.
It's a Persona 3 reference. We were told to destroy the bad guys, when in fact...
Destroy the Mother Crystals. If what you wanted all along.
It's what the bad guy wanted.
Our gratitude, Mythos. In this you have served us well. You have both served us well. Welcome home, brother.
Oh, that's why they, like, made him show more chest cleavage.
I thought it was me, but it wasn't my grasp that grew weaker. It was theirs that grew stronger.
Okay, so he did cage up an Ultima.
Joshua!
It was just one of his brothers.
And now we can become one.
Clive. The one possessed of the destructive flames of Ifrit, and the healing flames of the Phoenix. This, I once believed, would be Ultima's true form. But I was wrong.
Joshua is wrong, like, all the time.
I see it now. Why you will never become Ultima's vessel. I don't care. Just hold on. Listen to me, Clive. You remember the murals? People once knew that Ultima was their god. That he created them. And they worshipped him, prayed to him, looked to him for guidance. In vain. In vain. For he did not listen, did not acknowledge our will, and so we strayed from his path to forge one of our own. So absorbed was he in his own desires, so driven by his own will alone, that he shunned the one thing that could have made him truly powerful.
Friendship.
Faith. The same faith people now place in you.
Close enough. Started with an F.
Faith that you will fulfill their dream, Sid's dream, of creating a better world for us. Faith that you will follow in Father's footsteps and save those who need saving most. Faith that you will answer Jill's plea to save yourself. The difference is, Clive, that you chose to listen, and that is what has steeled our bonds. Bonds that helped you stand firm when Ultima's pull was at its strongest. His power may be absolute.
But you're a wild card now.
But so
Wrong
is
game.
ours. And so will yours be. With my light in your heart, not even a god might stop us. Joshua! Don't do it, you'll... Enough, Clive. My body is too far gone. If the wound does not take me, the curse will.
Hey, Final Fighter.
For being my brother.
Look at me, Joshua. Open your eyes! Open your eyes, David! Why? Why did you do this? Joshua! Joshua!
And thus does the final piece fall into place. The incantation primed, but one task remains. To empty the vessel.
He's not bald anymore. There are several jokes I wanted to make during that scene, but I refrained. I had a lot of self-control, and I didn't do any of them. Because it was an important moment, and I didn't want to do it. Kind of sounded like a laugh. But, well.
With me to the end.
Yeah.
Even now, you would deny the inevitable.
Most crying can sound like a laugh. Yeah, because that's what hysterical can be used to describe both crying and laughter.
Always will.
I cry like that.
On this, my sword, I swear, to shield the Firebird's flame forevermore.
Oh, he looks pretty cool.
Nice try.
Ow. I was gonna say, do I get new abilities now? But I guess we've technically had the Phoenix the whole game, so probably not.
This is the work of mind.
Uh-oh. I just checked. Did you not do Jill and Joshua's companion quests? When I talked to him, no quest came up, so no, I guess not.
Countless centuries have I waited for this moment.
Yeah, Ben's pretty good.
I might revel in my creation, only to find it profaned and so.
I mean, I saved before this, so like if there is a way to do Joshua and Jill's companion quests, I'll do it, but I don't think I had them unlocked.
Unexpected. How is it that your will yet endures?
Because it's not so easily broken.
But it can be broken. And I shall see it so. For such is my will.
Try it.
Nice try.
Quest to unlock after reading the letters in Clive's room. Oh. I did not do that. I went to go talk to them. I kind of figured by talking to them I would get to do their quest.
Behold.
I guess not then. You can tell this is a multi-stage fight because this is easier so far than the previous bout we had with him. No, please dodge.
Too slow. Nice try.
Oh, what? Is he not? Why is he not dead? Why is he not dead? Why is he not dead? Hey, Mettaton.
Why? What latent force feeds these flames?
Bro wasn't watching the cutscene where I absorbed Joshua.
Mere will.
have you truly become free? No, I forbid it.
Oh, well, if you forbid it.
You are not a god. You are but flesh and bone. You are not one of us. I created you, all of you.
Ultima's underwhelming. Yeah.
Is mine to destroy.
Once, perhaps. But we are no longer yours. Our flames are our own, and they burn as one!
Everyone says I skipped the extras, but I mean, I spoke to Jill and Joshua before this mission, and they just said, "This won't be the end." I mean, it's fine. I saved before this, so like I can just reload the save and do that, or like do the extras if we want to. Well, there must be a secret way to unlock them, because I didn't unlock it by talking to them. Because I kind of figured by talking to them I would get their quest, but I guess that was a foolish notion. I like can't see anything. Someone told the art designer, we need more particle effects to show off the strength of the PS5. And the art director said, hey, how many particle effects? And they went, all of them. All of them. But what about visual clarity? What about character silhouettes? Mr. Art Director, sir. More particles! More graphical effects! Son of Man! I will say, they haven't called me Son of Man yet, so, I mean, there has been quite a bit of restraint. If Spitfire is, like, not enough to get rid of, or to stop him from unlocking Purgatorium or whatever, what would? I guess we did have a lot of time. I don't think it's a false timer. I'm pretty sure you will lose if that reaches 0. Well, it could be an in-game timer of 40 seconds. I guess we're gonna find out if it's true. Oh, or I beat it at literally 1. I didn't get hit by a single hit of Rapture. Let's go. I can't even see shit. Had an epilepsy warning? Sure. I'm sure they did. I thought my attack was to run off. I guess not. Yes, you missed Dion having his dying equals a redemption arc moment. Wait, is that it? Oh, we could have beat this Friday. No way, right?
No. No. My will is inviolable. Something is wrong.
You're afraid. You always have been. From the moment the Blight exposed what you were, weak, you conceived us to prove otherwise. But the results shook you to the core. For in us you saw yourself, and realized we had the potential to be more than you could ever be. And so you turned your back on your creation. Your back on the world, like the coward you are.
You think you know me? You know nothing, Logos. Nothing.
Oh, I was frustrated long before Behemoth.
Bathed in light, I stand above you, my rebirth complete.
I have been retextured.
And you, for your
It's the
divine
mastery
shall
skin
pay
that you
our
unlock for
price.
playing as me for 20 games.
Anguish, pain, suffering. You have known none of these. But we have. So we know what they grant. They bring us together. And that makes us strong.
Thunder roar!
Let's try.
My will be done. Let the tempest rage. I will crush you.
Ultimately, yes. Well, I'm sure he'll have like another icon form fight that we'll have to do again after this one. No, I didn't dodge in time. we're gonna hear the friends. It's Gav had to say the one for Garuda because it would have been weird if Benedicta was like, my friend.
Titan!
You cannot have this power. It is not yours to take. Just fall. Just try. Darkness spread. Just try.
There's just like so much shit on the screen. I mean, it's cool though.
That's my boy!
Do we really class this as a JRPG? It feels much more like a action adventure game.
Together!
Darkness, unending. Odin.
Onward, my son.
Yeah, we need to hear Torgal go woof during one of these exchanges.
No, mine is the altar at which you pray. Mine are the eyes that look down.
Bro, Clive has not prayed in decades. What?
And yet still you cannot see. You are no better than us. We are one and the same.
Cave Cavalan and not Torgal. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, I'm gonna probably die here. I don't have any potions left. I mean, I've been doing pretty good. I started this fight with like only 2 potions, I think. I like didn't buy any before the fight started, which I probably should have done, but. Just refills for free when you die, so why buy them? So I wouldn't die during the final boss. But if we get checkpointed when he hit limit break, that's not the big deal. Yeah, we did. Hey, I got it off in time. Oh, he doesn't hurt himself when he hits himself that close. Oh, I saw that flame JPEG you added there to save frames, Square Enix. Yeah, nice Final Form, dipshit. Check this out. Precision Dodge. plus Berserker mode. That really didn't kill him? Oh, that's because it was a cutscene. I was gonna say. Yeah, what a sword! We gotta thank our craftsman after our blacksmith after this.
So sure of your place atop the world, you refuse to acknowledge those below. You chose to remain alone. And so you shunned the one thing that could have made you stronger.
Friendship.
Pushed away the hands that could have raised you higher.
I do not need you or anyone.
And that is where we are different. I could not have made it here on my own. I carry with me
friends
and dreams of my brothers, my sisters. And it is they who will give me the strength to end your reign.
I cannot end.
Final Fantasy!
The only fantasy here is yours. And we shall be its final witness.
Almost as good as Alear saying, I am the Fire Emblem. Not as good, but almost.
I said...
Final Fantasy!
Over!
Yeah, unfortunately he didn't say it exactly Final Fantasy, so therefore it cannot be better than Fire Emblem Engage's I am the Fire Emblem, but it was close. If he had said this is your Final Fantasy, then I would have said it was better.
Tell me, what do you imagine will befall this world now that you have gained your precious freedom?
I honestly don't know. But I doubt it will be pretty. A sorry tale of sin and suffering.
Oh, are you serious? Usually the localization team is usually the one that wants the cheesiness.
Why?
It's who we are. We fight. We survive. We endure. We don't need a reason. We are imperfect creatures. When we stumble, we reach for a shoulder to lean on. When we fall, we stand back up.
Wow. That's a surprise.
We see the horizon, ever out of reach, and still we march on.
We were robbed.
Certain the answers lie just beyond it. Because that is our way.
My congratulations. Relish this victory, knowing that you...
Oh, are we giving him the suck? Oh.
Inevitable.
We're sucking the plot fixer-upper. With your power, I shall fix the blight, because I'm good. And you're bad.
On its blackened husk.
Hey, how are we getting back down? I strive to be a hater like Ultima. Yeah, to the very end. Oh, not the JPEG slideshow. Couldn't even give him a black and white cutscene replay. Notice the symbolism of his cunt mother not wearing any red. Because she was truly never a part of this kingdom, and always sought for its downfall from within. Meanwhile, Byron in all blue, that's different because he's the opposite of his brother. If they say Kingdom of Hearts. This was truly my Kingdom of Hearts. Wait, shouldn't this scene have been first? The birth of Joshua? He looks like an alien. Never mind, this was the birth of Ultima, clearly. We're flashing backwards. Yeah, next is going to be a shot of them and a fetus. Next shot should have caused animation. No. Oh, why'd he spend all this time crying if he could just bring him back? Or did he just fix the hole in his body? Not really bring him back to life. Should probably break this, huh?
Too great for this vessel all alone. But while I have it, perhaps I can use it to set things right. And see Ultima's legacy. Bearers, dominance, crystals, magic, consigned to the flames.
Where'd the gauntlet go?
Even if it means the end of me.
It burned up in the flames.
Are our terms.
Wouldn't this be very concerning to all of Clive's friends that the blue light shone from this crystal? Is that the end? Beginning of the end, I suppose. They have to show him and Jill reuniting. I thought this was playing Skyfall for a second. Oh, this is a copyright strike for sure. Wait, he's finally affected by the curse? I thought that was like his whole point. No shot they kill him.
Aren't you the most beautiful thing?
He is, isn't he?
What are you gonna call him?
Let me see, let me see. Oh, read little one. Got a smile for your Uncle Gov.
Not so loud, you bet.
What? I was only...
I thought for sure this was also, yeah, gonna be Clive and Jill's kid. I forgot about the nameless fucking NPC. He erased all of magic, so his body's paying the price. But I thought his body was the perfect body. Like, it could use that magic.
If you need a rest, I can take it.
Don't try to make sense of this ending. He said a line at the end of that turned out Ultima was wrong.
What's to do with us, you please? That's what Sid wanted. That's what they both wanted.
What? What a cop-out, just to try and make it sad? Wait, can I use the,
And thus did our journey end.
guide? Hang on 1 second. I'm gonna grab a glass of water. It's just end credits now, right? We'll reload a, the save to do the companion quests in a minute. Shit, I gotta grab my glass. Oh, there's a post-credits scene at the end. Great. Alright, so if it's the credits, it feels weird to give all my thoughts on the game and then not end the stream after it, because I'm going to, if I'm reloading and doing the companion quests just to give us some stuff to stream about. But where to start? Where to start? So let's start off with, I guess, like stuff we liked. I think this game is really hard carried by its gameplay. The games really, or the gameplay itself is very fun. Or like in terms of combat, all the different abilities, and we kind of didn't even really scratch the surface of like the different ways that you can combo the different icon powers and things like that. I mean, we really didn't even touch the icon of light abilities and things like that. But the combat is like really, really fun. I enjoyed pretty much every fight. Actually, I think the only fights I didn't like were the icon fights, really, because I think those just kind of became like particle effect messes. But for the most part, all of the human combat, or the human form combat, is really fun. It's intuitive. You can tell the experience that the Devil May Cry combat director has when making this game, because like just from that alone, it's like infinitely more fun than I had with Final Fantasy VII Remake. Clive is like really the reason I kept driving forward to play the game is because I was having so much fun fighting as Clive that it made me want to get the next icon power so I could see what other crazy shit we could start playing or like start doing with him. But other than that, I didn't really like much else. Which, I mean, I suppose at the end of the day, that's what you want out of a game, is you really enjoy the gameplay. But, yeah, visually, the game's very pretty when it, like, reins itself in and it keeps itself controlled without using the particle effects going everywhere. I described it like this pretty much every icon fight, but the particle effects really kind of add a visual clutter to a lot of the fights that feels to me reminiscent of like the Michael Bay Transformers movies, where there's just so much shit flying across the screen. You can't really tell like what exactly is happening. It's supposed to be like these big epic scenes, and so they add a lot of like flair and CGI or graphical effects in this case to the scene to make it seem that way, but then it ends up like overkilling and oversaturating the moment, so I'm just kind of like, my eyes like glaze over as all the different like information kind of just bombards my eyes and I can't really even make out what's happening anymore. Just that there is a fight on screen, probably. You could never really tell who was winning in any of the fights. Sorry, I'm normally able to talk a lot longer, but I have this annoying canker sore at the bottom of my tongue, so every word I say, like the canker sore hits the bottom of my mouth, and it hurts like hell. What else? Yeah, in terms of the writing for the story, I also kind of mentioned it earlier. For me, the story of the game feels like if Game of Thrones and Fire Emblem Three Houses had a kid, and then the kid didn't feel like he needed to try as hard because his parents were so successful. It didn't reach the heights of either of those two things, though the inspiration from those two things is both like clearly here. I don't feel like it doesn't reach the world building of Game of Thrones, and it doesn't reach the character development of Fire Emblem Three Houses. I don't really like the majority of the characters we encounter either. Like Clive's great. Byron is fun. Is the comedic relief character. Gav kind of gets that as well. Sid was great, but gone too early. And I feel like, honestly, the build-up of Jill's relationship with Clive was too drawn out. It was very obvious they were going to be together, and then, like, they just really padded that out. Just like a lot of the story wanted to pad itself out for some reason. It's like that they were too concerned with their JRPG roots and were too afraid to just have an action-adventure game that was like 15 to 20 hours. And so they tried to really pad it out, and it just didn't work. It ended up like creating so much fluff that I feel hampered some of the characters. I also felt that Jill got really shafted after like her development. She like, once she got to the point where she did what she wanted to do and then gave Clive her icon power, that was it for her. Then she was just damsel in distress, which seemed very odd because she was being built up as this powerful main character who had like a story and her own ambition and drive, and then she just was relegated to Clive's love interest, which also doesn't make sense when you padded out the time to get to their relationship payoff so much. To then completely remove all of that was very bad. So, at least in my opinion, I just didn't... Yeah, I really think Clive is the only good character. And Sid again, but they get rid of him too early. There's the odd time skip. The intro of the game I thought was a big mess. I realize that I'm harping on the story a lot here, but I wasn't too thrilled with it. Characters in this game were a little too Game of Thronesy and toned down. I didn't even think they really reached that Game of Thrones level. It really felt like they all wanted to be, but didn't. Dion also has major Jaime Lannister syndrome, but again, not as good, or like doesn't have as much depth as Jaime Lannister did. I mean, shit, even at one point, he just, like, outright says, "I always pay my debts," which is literally, like, the Lannister catchphrase, or, like, their house motto. So, like, the inspiration for his character was clear, but then he was too much of, like, knockoff of him. And then he also has, he even has the same hand go bad that Jaime Lannister has go bad, or like Jaime Lannister loses. So like, he's just very clearly, and then he goes mad after killing the king, which again was... What made Jaime unique was that he didn't go mad. He killed the king because the king was out of line, but then he reined it in, and despite the kingdom and his people turning their back on him, he still didn't turn his back on them. And then the mother was also the Empress was very clearly supposed to be Cersei Lannister, but she didn't even have the same, she was just an unlikable character, but that didn't have the same, even minor redeeming qualities that Cersei had, where Cersei, even though some of her kids were more fit to be rulers than others, she still cherished all of her kids and would never let anything happen to them. That was like her whole character. And even though some were like higher up on the echelon of being an heir than others, that didn't stop her from still caring about them fiercely and moving literal kingdoms and political systems around her own kids. So the Empress in this game just comes off as unlikable because she barely even feels that way about Josh. She keeps talking about, you know, the perfect bloodline, but then has multiple baby daddies, and then like kind of gets one, but then we don't even really see what the kid ends up being capable of, other than just being like an Ultima illusion, which also barely even gets confirmed. I don't know. Yeah, like I said, I think the gameplay hard carries this game. bit about the plot? I kind of covered that, I feel like, right? It's just... like Edelgard's ambition, but not as good. Like... I don't know. Like, to me, it felt like the, like the dominants in this were very much the crest wielders of Fire Emblem Three Houses, right? Like the once-in-a-generation people from specific families that have secret powers and access to different abilities associated with their bloodline. And so the goal of Cid is to rebel against this system and reforge the world in a place where having a crest or not, or being able to use magic or not, doesn't influence your stand, right? Which is Edelgard's goal. Three houses, right? And there's just not enough built up for that to be as interesting in this game. Oh, that's why the combat's fun, because Platinum Games helped develop this. Or Platinum Games was like really involved with the development of this. Interesting. I think the main thing that makes me mad is that I wanted closure and to see where the characters are after that. I think it would have been fine if they outright go to Clive dying. Yeah, they were definitely like weirdly scared to commit to Clive's death. Which I also think is just symbolic of the game in general. Yeah. Anyone else remember the devs saying black holes don't exist in this world due to the historical accuracy of the time? Wild. Yeah, I don't even have a comment on that. That's just kind of wild. Jesus. The pacing was weird, which I guess makes sense since they're an MMORPG team. The last project they worked on had a 10-year story arc. Yeah, the pacing is all over the fucking place in this game. A lot of the characters the game just constantly keeps reminding you of in cutscenes, which again is where I think the game tried to emulate Game of Thrones and the different perspectives of Game of Thrones. But then, since there's only one playable character, it doesn't work out as well. Like the obviously Dion becoming Cutscene Man, as I lovingly dubbed him. So Game of Thrones does this perspective I keep referencing it, so I better at least explain some of the stuff that Game of Thrones does I mean, a lot of people know a lot about the show, I'm sure, but I should at least explain what I mean by that. So some of the things that happens in Game of Thrones is that there's basically always like a constant shift in the dynamic of like the POV of the story you're experiencing, and it'll bounce between the major houses. Where sometimes you'll follow the Stark characters, sometimes you'll follow the Lannister characters, sometimes you'll follow, etc., etc., etc. There's always, like, in each season, a few major characters that the story will follow for, like, parts of the episode. And this game tried to emulate that, where it will show, show you Clive's perspective, and then it'll go and show you the other kingdoms' perspectives, like for Hugo, and then Dion and the Emperor, and things like that. But because you don't play as Dion, or you don't play as Joshua when you're experiencing these other POVs, it falls short, And again, that's something like a game like Three Houses does very well too, where the story has the 3 different major characters, the 3 different, like, main houses, and you get to experience and play as each of those 3 different sides to get the full perspective of the story as things are bouncing around. That's why there's the split campaigns. So, again, only getting the one perspective and only being able to play as Clive the whole time just makes the story suffer, because you can't get involved or attached to these other characters that are showing up on screen. Like, by the time Dion joins your team, you're supposed to care about it, but I didn't. And then, like, you're supposed to care a lot about Josh, just because he's your brother, even though you spend a lot of time apart. But, like, I also don't care. Basically, because I only play as Clive, I really only care about Clive when or care about scenes that include Clive. And I'm not as attached to the other characters. Like, and then when Hugo is, like, coming on screen, you're supposed to, like, I guess you weren't supposed to sympathize with Hugo as much as you were Dion, but I also just didn't care when he was on screen talking about his kind of things, and when he gets presented that Benedict is dead, I was unmoved. So I think the story really suffered by at least not having a rotational cast that you can play as. Like, if you were supposed to experience the Empire and feel those different things about those characters, we should have been able to play as Dion, especially because this perspective switches to him so much. Like, I would say he's got as many fully rendered cutscenes as Clive. So he's major enough for that perspective switch, but he doesn't get it. And then, same with Josh. We don't get to roam around as Josh and, like, learn the lore and the backstory and things like that. So Josh just constantly has these moments where he's like, I thought this, but I was wrong. He does that like 5 or 6 times throughout the story. And you never really understood why he reached those other conclusions. Yeah. What else? Oh yeah, the side quests are all awful in this game. I started doing them in the beginning, but God, I stopped doing them after like the first stream. Jesus, they were bad. I guess I don't like MMOs, so like, that's probably part of it, but in MMOs, when you have quests like that, I know that you get at least like resources you actually use. But fuck, I never bought or crafted anything in this game, so I had ended with like over 200,000 gold for what? You didn't fucking do anything with it. You're forgetting Best Boy Torgal. I also thought it was okay. So it's weird that Torgal is like, he has the blessing of Shiva, and then we just kind of don't elaborate on that. Like, that could have been a cool moment, and they just kind of like blow it in one cutscene, and they're like, yeah, anyway. And that could have been a moment where other icons could have given their blessing to somebody. I don't know. Also, technically, I know we wiped out all the crystals, which destroys the future chance of like dominance and magic and stuff. But really, would that have even been necessary? Since none of the dominant wielders of this generation ended up having kids, and they all died, so no dominance could have continued anyway. Well, I guess Shiva could possibly still continue on. That's really it. They all kind of wipe themselves out. Crystal or no, the bloodline wouldn't continue, so it wouldn't matter. I guess they could write that. I believe they reincarnate in someone else of the same ethnicity as them eventually. Oh, maybe. Hey, Hunchy, good morning. But yeah, I think overall, much like the daughter of the game's key character, I rate this game mid. Yeah. Mid out of Sid. Torgal was just the Shiva equivalent to the Phoenix Defender. Yeah, Torgal was to Jill as Clive was to Joshua. It just ended up that Clive had even more powers than Torgal. But none of the other dominants extended their power to anybody else. Clive was Joshua's dog. Yeah, basically. I want to know what the big deal is with Leviathan the Lost. Great news. There's a $30 DLC expansion to explain that. That was just thrown in a cutscene to get you interested. You fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker, 12 hours. How would you rate it? I'm probably like a 5. Out of 10. Just like, okay. Which, I suppose, because of other game reviewing websites, by saying 5, you, like, really piss people off. Because 5 would be, like, unheard of from sites like IGN and things like that. I mean on an actual fucking scale. Not the game reviewer scale of 10 being good, and 8 being mediocre, and 7 being absolute dog shit. I mean on an actual scale. In an era where IGN gives COD games 10. Yeah, I mean in an actual, reasonable scale, the game is okay. 5 to 10. Gameplay is super solid. Story is nothing to write home about. If you've already watched Game of Thrones, and you've already played Fire Emblem Three Houses, give this game a shot if it's on sale. Would be my verdict. If you haven't done either of those things, you should just do either one of those first. Time to play Final Fantasy 15 next. I will say this game, what is it? I was debating on playing Final Fantasy Rebirth. Or Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I now have no plans to do that. I was thinking about it. And now I'm like, wow, if you ask me to play through another Final Fantasy game that doesn't have this gameplay, no thank you. Yeah. We will still reload the save and do Joshua and Jill's companion quests. But is there anything else? I like the turn-based, but with a certain degree. I already feel like I've bashed Final Fantasy VII enough, so I'm going to go into that, but I disagree. Doesn't Strangers of Paradise have similar people? I've never heard that before. Oh, is that the Final Fantasy game that, oh, it's the dude that says Chaos over and over again. No thanks. Is that Chaos? Chaos! Rebirth, if you're invested in 7. Yeah, I think Remake was genuinely what. Never mind. You don't need to sound too negative. It was Chaos who took away the Final Fantasy line. True. Can't believe they would get rid of that. Man, so many people worked on this game. All that for mid. Is there any other points that I didn't discuss in my review? Then I feel like I hit every note I kind of wanted to discuss, right? Great character design. Everyone kind of looked, other than Clive, everyone kind of looked like generic NPC. You know? It was very odd. Clive looked awesome. And then everyone else just had very drab, generic clothing. Like, if you had told me that Gav was a major character in the story before I played this, I wouldn't have believed you. At all, actually. I would have called you a liar. I would have said, no way. Did Jill and Clive end up together? No. Yeah, I would not have believed you that Gav was a major character. Hell, even Jill's outfit is awful if you don't go with the DLC outfit for her, which I did. Her normal outfit is bad. No. She's not asking if they banged. She asked if they ended up together. Different question. But yeah, I just felt, other than Clive, everyone's design was so generic. And nothing to write home about. And I don't mean their personalities or anything. Just like their outfits. Everyone's outfit looks decidedly generic. Post-credit scene. This must be the kid that the one random NPC had.
Every time.
Will you light it?
Yes, Mother.
Oh, they have to use flint and stone.
If only I had the flame
becomes an icon.
Icon? Have you been reading that silly story again? Magic belongs in fairy tales, and fairy tales don't boil kettles. You see? Well done. Now, be a good lad, and play with your brother until supper.
Come on, hurry! Hurry! Right.
Yeah, this is supposed to be Clive, Joshua, Torgal, right? But if they had a loving mother.
Right, let's play the Saint in the Secretary. No, I don't want to be Madu. What do you want to play then? War of the Icons! Again?
Final Fantasy by Joshua Rossfield.
Right, I'm the older brother. Because Bahamut says so.
But where one journey ends, another begins. Buy the DLC, $30 now, available exclusively on the PlayStation Store. What a shit end scene. Oh my god. They thought they fucking cooked with that symbolism, huh? The gameplay mode, Final Fantasy, is now available for use exclusively with New Game Plus. Imagine your mom telling you magic only exists in fairy tales for only for there to be a history book. Yeah, imagine being the generation right after magic died. Theorize about it until you die. Yeah, you see, therein lies your mistake. To theorize about it until I die, would have to mean that I cared enough. Why are they still in medieval times? Because likely the death of magic took them back to the Dark Ages. Is what I would assume would be the game's explanation. I hate when stories make you care about characters and then fast forward thousands of years later to show the results of their work. I don't care. But yeah, it's probably like a generation or two, but still. No, I get what you're saying though, Final Fighter. The same thing happened to me with the Fable franchise. Which, like I've said, Fable 1 is one of my favorite games of all time. And then Fable 2 is not a direct sequel, but like the story picks up like over 100 years later, and I'm like, what the I don't give a fuck. What the fuck happened to the hero of Oakvale? Like, and Fable 2 is an alright game, but I would have preferred it to have been just a sequel to Fable 1. Which, I mean, I get because there's so many different, like, paths you can take, it would have been harder to make a sequel. I don't know if I care. I think I would have been okay with it just having, like, a canon route. Like, obviously you can be good and evil in Fable, but if they had said, yeah, the hero being good is canon, I'd have been like, yeah, whatever. Okay, so... What? To do the companion quests, I have to go here? rate the soundtrack real quick. I have to give it an okay because they overused the same fight song too much. Okay, which ones are the companion quests? Lady Grey is the canon wife. Fuck yeah. I always married Lady Grey so I could kill Thunder. Even when I was a good character, I would still marry Lady Grey and kill Thunder. Thunder fucking pissed me off.
First the skies, then the crystals. Next, the advent.
I don't see the companion quests. Yeah, I don't think we can do them. How to do Jill's companion quest? Oh yeah, you had to be doing other side quests during the game, which I did not do. Uh-oh. I mean, we can still do them, and none of the quests have a time limit on them. I just now have to go and find them. You could probably watch them. I mean, we're only 2 hours into the stream. I can do the other quests. It's fine. Okay, can someone look up the quests for me real fast? I'm going to use the restroom. Just tell me what the quests are. There's some good-ass quests, but you gotta wade through a lot of meh quests. I mean, I've done quite a few up till now, so just let me know what the required quests are. I'm gonna be right back. Return. Did none of us look up the quest requirements? I think Prime Boy kind of did. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't look like I completed any of the requests needed. Need to do the Where There's a Will quest for Jill. Even weirder science. Rekindling the flame. Not here. Wonder where this quest might be. Hey, Godot, what's up, man? Yeah, you know what? Let's just look it up. Seeing where there's a will. Oh my god, there's several other quests you need to do. Yeah, we might not be able to do these. Yeah, because it says to speak with Joshua. You just trying to do Jill's final quest? Yeah, but to do Jill's final quest, there's other quests that you were supposed to do.
Ah, Clive. This is it then. Indeed. You're wrong. Of course. Of course. Another time.
Where There's a Will is Joshua's companion quest? Oh. Why is it so hard to find a guide for these quests, or like how to get to them? Cut from cloth to unlock the concern for Jill letter. I did cut from the same cloth, though. Oh, but you have to do Joshua's for Jill's. Because I was going to say, I've done cut from the same cloth. Okay. Where the fuck is the infirmary? Okay, alright. So we do Phoenix heal thyself, then we can get Joshua's quest, and then we can do Jill's quest. Okay. I think I figured it out.
Please, Your Grace, be strong.
Today, Clive visited the infirmary to have me dress a laceration on his left forearm. I cleaned and stitched the wound and instructed him to rest the arm so that it could heal, but not an hour later he's leaving on another mission. This must be the 100th time he's disobeyed my instructions. The next time he comes to me for treatment, I'm tying him to the bed. Kinky.
My Lord Marquis.
Yote, is anything the matter? You seem
Yeah, my
troubled.
brother's a fucking nut.
Perhaps I might be able to help.
My lord. Yes. Perhaps you might. It's your brother. His condition continues to worsen, though he does his best to hide it. The lesion
His
on
condition
chest
will
bleeds
not
him more
resolve.
each passing day.
I had feared as much.
And is
There are
ultimately
certain
pointless.
elixirs which can ease the suffering of those afflicted by the curse, but
He definitely has more than just the curse, though.
severe. The drafts I have been able to prepare for him thus far have ceased to have any real effect. So I consulted with Talia and certain of my comrades among the Undying about the possibility of finding something stronger. And thankfully, a recipe was
Hard
found.
drugs.
The only problem being that the critical ingredient is exceptionally hard to come by, and our supplies are almost exhausted. Unless we can
Yote
secure
was
more
absolutely wasted. Her not being Joshua's love interest is a travesty.
My lord, I know that I have no right to make demands of you. But would you help? For Joshua's sake.
For Joshua, anything.
Thank you, my lord.
So, what is this critical ingredient?
A rare herb by the name of stonerwort. It grows only where the ether is densest. The vigor it stores in its stems helps to counteract the curse. We discovered a patch near the aqueduct in Rosaria. But alas, yet more ether.
They're sleeping with each other in private. I mean, yeah, obviously, they're like clearly lovers, but then they never get any payoff for that. It's really frustrating.
One that we might reach without being turned.
So it's only that you can't reach it. The Stonerwort itself is unharmed by the flood.
Well, yes, but...
Then I shall go in your stead.
But, my lord...
Oh, is this going to end up being like, I need to go kill another, like, big boss or whatever?
Besides, I'm a dominant. The ether can't hurt me.
Well, if you're sure, my lord.
I'm not.
Stonerwort is easily identified by its blood-red blooms. Search around the aqueduct, and you're sure to find some soon enough. I shall remain here and prepare the other ingredients.
Does it not show on the map? Rosaria. Okay. That is over where? Shoot. Ah, sorry. I'm normally able to grab the microphone in time, but I also didn't want to stop hitting X. No fall damage, let's go.
Easier than felling a forest, I said. The trees don't have teeth.
Oh, this is another quest. Whatever. I didn't think even like taking damage from small characters would interrupt it. I thought it would have to be a hit like that could actually stagger you, but I guess any damage will do it.
I can't imagine Obelisk needing any more than this. Time to head home.
I'll do this real fast because it's already basically done.
Did you find me some wax?
Did you find me some wax?
Ugh. Reeks like a chocobo's arse. I don't suppose the Argo will mind as long as he stays above the waves.
Argo? So your boat has a name? I didn't know.
Yeah. Same as me old man. He was a ferryman himself back before the Blight came. The boat's all I have left of him. And thanks to you, he'll sail another day.
Thank you, bro. Happy to help. Forehead itches. I obviously got pretty badly sunburned when I went out yesterday. I didn't think I would get... I thought the sun wouldn't be facing me, so I didn't bother putting on sunscreen. And funny enough, it's really just my forehead that got burned. I guess my nose did a little bit too. Felt like my cheeks and everything are fine. Maybe the beard protected me from it. Damn it.
Here's the aqueduct. Now to find our Stonewort.
That was your camera now.
Just my luck. Well,
I am actually that burned.
Anything till they're gone. There's only one thing for it.
Wait, am I really not killing this little tiny dude? Playing Paper Mario next week? Yeah, I'm thinking so. It seems to be winning the poll.
Slow. Nice try.
Which surprised me, because, like I said, the last Mario RPG I streamed, or the last two Mario RPGs I streamed on the channel did not do very well view-wise. I tried to stream Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, and I tried to stream Super Mario RPG Remake, and neither of them did very well. So I'm shocked that Paper Mario is winning the poll again. But I guess Thousand Year Door does seem to have, like, quite the reputation, so that might be why.
Let's get these back to Yotei. Yotei, I brought back all the stone and water I could find. Will this be enough?
Sounds like he keeps saying Stoner Ward.
Yes, my lord. Thank you. I'm sure it will serve us until we can find another source.
I'm very glad to hear it.
You and His Grace are very much alike, you know. You think only of how you might help others, and never of the danger to yourselves.
No more than you have minding my brother. You've
Final
risked a
Fantasy
lot
16 won the poll twice.
and I thank you
Yeah,
for it.
that's true.
I am honored that you should say so.
But the other poll that it won
My
was
lord.
just against Hades 2, which
Do not give
people
too
seem
much
to
of
really not
yourself
like on
for
my
the sake
channel.
of others.
I thought there was a lot of hype behind that game, but
We could not afford to lose you.
again, no one has voted for Hades 2. I tried to put Hades 2 on the poll twice. I thought it'd be interesting to check out. I thought a lot of people would be hyped for it. It's not the case. And now Joshua's quest should be available, right? I actually could have made Hades 2 happen. Still need to play the first game? Oh yeah, you're super late to it now. The sequel's already out.
Ah, Clive. Joshua, what's wrong? And don't say nothing.
The sequel is out from an indie studio. So you, like, truly missed the boat on it.
I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will, or something akin to it.
His will? How and where?
In the crypt.
Super late to a lot of games. Fair enough.
After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the Duchy yet remained. And in the process of doing so, they found a letter from Father.
I'm surprised anything survived down there.
Oh yeah, maybe that would have influenced it, but the Final Fantasy vs Hades poll ended up being like about 100 votes, and then it was like 60 or like 70-30 split in favor of Final Fantasy.
That letter as much as you do.
What was the final results of the poll? Yeah, 70 votes, and Final Fantasy 16 got 67% of the vote. A steep decline compared to the last poll, which got over 100. And the one before that got over 115. Speak with Cyril. Where's Cyril? Habor. It's like over here, isn't it? Ah, there he is. You're playing Hollow Knight right now? Nice.
Opportunity beckons. Who among you is bold enough to heed her?
It's Ezio.
Your Grace.
Oh, wrong game.
My lord. I trust your journey was not overly onerous. Cyril.
Not many people interested in the companion quests for the stream today, I see.
I have it here. If you would do us the honor, my lord.
I will not. My beloved sons, not my bitch wife. I know that I ask much of you in the coming war, but I see no other way to secure a future for our duchy and our family. Yet even should we succeed in subduing the savages and winning back Drake's breath, the threat of the Blight still looms. And only with all Rosaria striving as one, might we at last overcome it. I made plans to see us through, but such are the obstacles that stand in our way, it shall likely fall to you to continue my work. I know that you have the strength, courage, and will to do so. This shall be an arduous inheritance, and so I offer you another, that you might be reminded of the love and faith that I hold for both of you.
An inheritance?
Oh, that's their, key thing that they say all the time throughout the game. Faith and love.
Shortly before his passing.
The day before we left for Phoenix Gate.
What are these plans he spoke of? His plans for the duchy, your grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn to me. The complete emancipation of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse, and the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies. With the Blight spreading ever more widely across the Twins, Archduke Elwyn saw this as the only means of securing Rosaria's survival.
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals. To see centuries of common wisdom overturned. Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, he would never have written this message. Nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful aides. Those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
Yeah, wish they could have actually done their job.
They are still with us.
It is true that those most loyal to your father were the first to suffer the Duchess's wrath. But one at least remains, and she has come bearing gifts.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will and arranging a meeting with the one who might execute it. Or a part of it, at least.
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive, your grace.
Thank you, Cyril.
He said it was such a bad. Where is this woman? It's Vivian. Oh.
My lord, your grace. What is it? 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 hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields.
Sounds like a fucking
Your
strong
father,
name.
The Archduke Elwyn entrusted me with the delivery of a gift. I only hope you can forgive my tardiness in bringing it to you.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha. You
How's
have
Chad
our
doing?
gratitude for your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more? What exactly is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes upon their coming of age.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear.
Armbands?
Matching armbands for you both. Alas.
You're kind of obsessed with Omori, right? Again?
Indeed, he was taken from us even before they could be completed.
Yeah.
He had intended
You even
to
playing
bring
it?
a Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished
I still am,
himself,
to this day, I'm still
but it
shocked
was
with the
not
number
to
of
be.
views Omori got.
And his gifts remain incomplete.
Pulled in pretty good ones.
It saddens me to bring them before you, as they are. It was your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, not these works in progress.
And why didn't you finish them?
Grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed. I had little choice. You are grown men now.
That's why.
And his house is yours. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
What's funny is this quest is gonna require me to fight a boss that we would have in no way been able to fight when we were like 18.
Of course, my lady. May our fathers.
Oh well, they're coming of age in the Middle Ages, so fucking when we were like 13.
Do you know where we might find this Heartstone, my lady?
I do. Though it may be a
Hey,
matter of
Joe.
a good deal
Thanks for the
more than
tip, man.
Simply happening upon it. It is found in the bellies of elder griffins, you see. We do at least know where to find one.
Oh, I've killed like a
Certain
few Elder
specimen
Griffins at
has
this
made
point.
its nest in Titan's
I
Way,
appreciate it.
Not far from here.
Counting the days till vengeance? Yeah, same.
You are most beset
Counting the
with
days till
grace.
vengeance and
In
I guess
answer to
Paper
your
Mario
unspoken
now.
Question. Yes. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its movements since you were but a boy. Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield, it would surely make you
We've slain much bigger things than
What say you, Joshua?
Elder Griffins, but sure.
What else?
Why not? Counting the days till by near Isaac. Don't hold your breath. Did you didn't you see Hades 2 get absolutely destroyed in my next game poll? I don't think the subs have a lot of interest in roguelikes. Especially once you hit 1 day left. What are you talking about for like waiting for vengeance? Or no, you're talking about Inomori. Yeah. I think it definitely would have been a lot sadder had I been playing it myself. Where's Titan's Wake? Over here. Hell yeah, Omori was even sad with chat.
Eyes peeled, Joshua.
What ending route are you working on right now? 12 hours.
There it is. The House Rossfield.
Our dad was gonna kill this? Wasn't he just a regular dude? Oh, the move is called Kingslayer. He was going to kill our dad with that. Too bad I beat you to it. Uh-oh. Ow, that would have been cool to kill him like that. Wait, did it get all of its health back? Does it have a second health bar? Oh no, the game's just bugging out. Some of the boss fights in this game are just so fucking bugged. You gotta be kidding me, right? I need to know. Hang on. Does this thing have 2 health bars? Or did the game just completely glitch? think it's the second health bar. So, but you see how it's just completely reset, right? When I, like, literally had him just about dead. I don't want to fight this guy twice. Enemy slain twice.
Is this the Heartstone?
I expect Lady Goditha will know.
Right, Lady Goditha.
Oh, thank the Founder you were safe. The Griffin is slain then?
And the Heartstone claimed.
Yes. This radiant luster, like frozen flame, is just as your father described it. Thank you, my lord. Your Grace. Your father would be so proud.
Lady Goditha, the lapidary is ready.
Thank you, Cyril. I will be with him shortly. If you would excuse me, I shall have the stone cut and set forthwith.
Oh, we actually get to see these characters wear this armband? Or no?
The armbands are complete. Pray, take them. They are yours, after all. Heartstone is
Thanks,
harder
G-Ma.
and more enduring than garnet, or even ruby. It symbolizes unwavering will and devotion. And the graven vines encircling the stone represent the unbreakable bonds between you.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies both inside and outside the duchy. Enemies who would thwart his vision. Only with unwavering devotion would it ever be realized.
And only if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield, as brothers in arms, only then might those enemies be overcome.
Indeed.
Where are the armbands? Do we not get to see them?
Grace knew the enormity of the task he would entrust to you, his heirs. But this was more than just a message. It was a promise. That he would always be with you.
Thank you, Lady Goditha, for remaining the steadfast custodian of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal treasures for her own. Even if the armbands were incomplete, she would surely not have overlooked them. So...
Didn't care.
How were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intentions for the bands, of the deep love he
had for it here. That's true.
And his hopes for you.
That is true.
In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. It was then that I knew she meant to betray us. I tried to warn your father, but it was too late.
She sent her jewelry away? That's funny.
I knew my time was short, so I took up the armbands and I fled into the night.
And thank the Founder you did.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed the Griffin, thinking I might claim the Heartstone on its passing. And so my pursuit continued, until Lord Cyril appeared before me. He informed me that His Grace's will had been recovered, and that his sons were alive and well.
Lady Goditha, on behalf of my father and all the people of Rosaria, I thank you for your loyal service.
As do I.
Thank you, my lord. Your Grace, for coming back to us. For giving my service meaning.
Of course. That's what I do. Give meaning.
The bands suit you well.
You can see them.
It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance that was denied you for so long.
It is. And we thank you for the part you played, Cyril.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest that you make your way to your father's memorial atop Hawk's Cry Cliff? Let him see that you have received his blessing, and that his vision lives on in you.
I suppose it would be churlish not to.
Churlish?
Should we pay Father a visit?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks before we left for Origin.
Your father's helm is enshrined there. It has been since the day we recovered it from Phoenix Gate. I prithee claim it, for it too is a part of your inheritance, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hands than perched upon some lonely rock.
Thank you, Cyril. Come on, Clive. He's waiting.
I would imagine that's probably over here in Rosland, right? Look at me. I know the map.
Unwavering will and an unbreakable bond.
Yeah.
Do you really think we're strong enough?
Save the world? Of course. To have overcome Father's political enemies. Of that I'm less certain. Especially knowing what we know now. My mother was truly capable of. But perhaps these bands would have helped. Knowing he was with us would have made all the difference.
Yeah. Yeah, we can fight Ultima, but I don't know if we can fight some old political dudes. Truly, government is the root of all evil. In the end. Oh, I can't whistle right now. We're normally pretty good at it.
Run like the wind.
Can't you fly, damn it?
It's just back there.
Why is a king's memorial, like, off the beaten path? I like that Clive doesn't care about the random enemies either. Yeah, he, like, doesn't even stop talking.
Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I
High quality
realized
helmet to have not even begun to rust.
I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself.
I don't think he was taking Ultima.
Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
We'll also both die, tragically before our time.
We won't lay you down.
Onward then.
Onward.
You don't believe Clive died? That would also be
To a new beginning.
a better outlook, yeah. I would prefer if he did not either. Rusted battle helm. Oh yeah, I forgot the king also said war is coming. Sounds very similar to winter is coming. There are more signs of him living? What are the other ones? Okay, what do we get? Jill's quest now? What was it again? I forgot the order. Hey, welcome back, Brian boy. I need to go to Clive's room. You feel gross? Just because you worked out and you're sweating now? There it is. Though her icon brought her much suffering, the loss of Shiva weighs heavy on her heart. And we would be poor friends indeed if we not seek to lighten that burden, even but only a fraction. Wait, so why did she lose Shiva, but Dion still had Bahamut?
I should go and speak with him.
What?
First the skies, then the crisp.
What's that for you, dear? Not bad, if I do say so myself. That it? Fine.
Joshua, I read your message. You're right. Jill is different. I don't think I'd
I
realized
picked up
how
on the
different.
subtle signs.
Since we returned from Drake's spine, I felt it more and more.
I suppose it's not hard to imagine why.
She doesn't think she belongs anymore.
And that's why we need to remind her she is still one of us. To let her know that we still need her, now more than ever. That you still need her. But how to do that? When last we were truly close, we were but children.
What do you mean? I have had sex with her since then.
Do you remember the time we accompanied Father on his annual tour of the Duchy? And Jill and I broke from the procession to ride up Band's Hill.
To see the snow daisies, I remember. It was the first time Father had allowed us to join him. And when he realized you were missing, he had the entire retinue down to the Pot Boys combing the countryside.
In the rain. A thunderstorm forced us to take refuge in a grove of oaks before we'd even made it halfway there. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us, and needless to say, he was none too pleased.
Then it seems you and Jill have unfinished business. What do you say?
Mount's Hill.
When is Paper Mario a go?
It's not that far.
Next week. My usual streaming weekend. I'm going to give the poll another couple days, but I think it is probably set in stone that Paper Mario and the 1,000-Year Door will be the next game we stream.
You're saying I should go and scout the area for bandits?
I'm saying we should first go and see if there are actually still any snow daisies left. What would you do without me, Clive?
Oof, unlucky. It's very funny that both of their companion quests are like right next to each other.
This is the place, but...
I'm sorry, Clive.
There's nowhere been spared. What do we do now?
We keep looking. Man's Hill cannot be the only place where snow daisies grow.
Perhaps, but it's the only place I know of. Knew of.
Then why not ask someone who might know of another?
Vivian!
The backyard.
Oh, wait, yeah. We do have a garden. I feel like now that it's been pointed out to me, all these side quests definitely do feel like very MMORPG. Go one place, now you can go back to the base and talk to another person, and now you can go to one place and go to another place.
Say what you will.
Oh, damn. Did everyone go?
That should tide us over until the new moon.
Yeah, the Roman numerals all start getting very samey.
What brings you down from the heavens, Cid?
I need your advice. Joshua and I are looking for a place where snow daisies grow. Preferably in abundance.
Snow daisies. Then you'll want somewhere not too hot and not too cold. And where the winds are strong enough to carry the seeds. I reckon Man's Hill.
Yeah, but it just kept dropping, huh?
Or in the Royal Meadows, perhaps? Both have similar climbs and the right elevation.
Does Torgal have a companion quest?
Right. Thank you.
Did you learn where we might find our flowers?
The gardener here mentioned the Royal Meadows in Sambrak.
Ah, the fields beyond Northreach. Well, if that's the case, then Yote was right. I recall that she kept
Which
a
is
record
fair,
of
it was the end of the game, but are you telling me people didn't have desires to do the companion quests and grow with our close characters?
Shores border the meadows. Off we go then.
Surely.
The Dominion's all but done for.
And it's lucky we stayed here.
Was that shouting I heard from the barracks?
Could be trouble again.
You're that sellsword the dame's so fond of. That was some
The
fun.
dame's so fond of.
Come on.
Dun 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 dun
Meadows
dun
are
dun.
vast. Where do we even start?
Yote mentioned the coastline. We can start there.
Oh, fucking nailed it. I like that it makes you get off of the our mount Now that we gotta fight. Luckily, we didn't set these on fire.
What do you see, boy? Let's hope this is the last one.
Only one way to find out.
Ah, damn it. It said new enemies approach. Did Torgal and Joshua already kill them? Huh. I was expecting there to be like another orc after that.
That was harder than I expected.
Oh. Oh, don't step on the flowers, Clive. You clod.
But Founder, it was worth it. They're beautiful.
Do you think Jill will like them?
She'll love them. Come on. Let's go.
I just noticed Clive has 2 swords. Is there ever a moment where Clive dual wields them?
It appears my work is done. The rest, as they say, is up to you. Well, you and the skies. We wouldn't want another thunderstorm now, would we?
Only dual wields Odin's sword. Oh yeah, that must be why it's there for Odin. That's true, 12 hours. I can't wait for him to be able to dual wield like scythe arms and then never use both of them. Can't believe I'm excited for Vengeance. But I'm also weary in true SMT5 fashion that it could potentially let me down massively. Always gotta keep your guard up for that.
Jill, there's something I'd like to show you.
There is? And where might this something be?
It's,
a few days travel by horseback.
Now, I know this is sudden, but how would you fancy a trip to Oriflamme?
Clive, isn't the world at stake?
There are so many. This is what you wanted to show me.
I'd her be like, this sucks.
Yeah, I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. The smile on your face is enough. We've been worried about you, Joshua and I.
You know, as friends, because we're brothers.
Took you to Man's Hill. Or tried to.
How could I forget?
Yeah, I mean, the Atlas re-release games are always easier, so that's to be expected.
In the end, it earned me a nasty cough and a stern scolding from your mother. But I felt wonderful nonetheless.
At the end of Christmas things. Also, as if, like, Clive's mother didn't give everyone a scolding all the time. That's the only way she talked.
But I couldn't bear to see you like that.
Before we left, my chambermaid told me she'd overheard your mother talking about my marriage prospects with some of the noblewomen at court. They were debating whether it would be more profitable to marry me off to one of the high houses instead of saving me for the ducal line. No one thought to ask me what I wanted.
You were technically a prisoner, so...
A pawn at best. I felt so trapped. So lonely.
I didn't know.
But I wasn't alone. You were there. Your hand in mine as we ran for those oaks. And I knew then, no matter what happened, I would be all right.
Sure wish we would get married here.
That feeling.
Like a proposal or something. This would be a pretty good moment for that. Oh, that's pretty cool, 12 hours.
Before we broke camp, the morning after the storm, do you know what I did?
No? What?
I slipped away from my governess to climb the Tor. And from there I saw a sea of petals, all reaching for the sun. And I realized that no matter how terrible the night, dawn would always come. That you would always come for me. And you have. Again.
Phrasing.
And again.
Where do you see us?
When all this is over.
As friends, of course.
Don't know.
Oh my god, the ambiguity, please, just say together. I see us together.
I think I've outgrown the twins. After everything we've been through, the realm just seems so small. I'll need some space to spread my wings.
Then that's what you'll have. And I'll stop at nothing to see that you do.
Feels like this should have been earlier in the game, but nice that it's here nonetheless.
No one's much good at garlands, but it'll have to do.
I'll treasure it forever.
Put it on your head.
Clive. For this, the flowers, for everything. It's exactly what I needed. You Oh, my treasure.
That was nice.
We should probably be getting back. I expect the others are wondering where we are.
You're right. There's still much to do.
And we'll do it together.
I don't think anyone's wondering. I think people are just... I've been expecting this for a while. Does Torgal have a companion quest? Do you have a companion quest? He does. Golden rule, if we don't see them die, they're alive. That's true. We didn't see him pass. You're right there. Jill's reaction to the sunrise. The "you're worth saving" line from Jill. It'd be dumb if he just lays down and dies after promising to save himself. Clive says that he might write a book after everything, and we know Clive loves to take other people's names, thus Final Fantasy by Joshua Rossfield. Ah, yeah, that's true. Dion is alive. Yes, he only faded into the smoke. Danganronpa. Hey, welcome back, guy. Danganronpa was fun. That's the fastest Danganronpa playthrough ever. Alright, we'll do the big... we'll do the big three for the companion quests. We'll do Joshua, Jill, and Torgal's. And then we can wrap it and call it a stream. Cutscene man is alive. It was revealed to me in a cutscene. I had to say, out of everything we did in this game, I think the cutscene man meme is my favorite thing to have come from this game. Oh, none of these are his quest. Need to have finished a bone to pick for it to appear. Okay, where's a bone to pick?
Wrong with Torgal. He seemed well enough when I last saw him.
It's the best series ever. Best series ever is strong, but it's definitely one of the greatest. I'll grant you that. I do like Danganronpa a lot.
I got your note. You think something's wrong with Torgal?
So you can read. Congratulations.
Listen, Karen.
I didn't say I were wrong with him. I said something weren't right. He's not been eating me treats. He used to love cracking the bones from Molly's boiled brown, but now he won't so much as look at them. Didn't like him.
A sucker for murder mysteries. I'm the same way.
His mind's on something else. You've not been working him.
I would have to say Somnium Files is the best murder mystery.
Is that it, boy?
But Danganronpa is still very good.
What was it you said he was? A frost wolf?
That's what the lawsman seems to think.
Then maybe this all has something to do with whatever it is that's woken inside him.
I suppose things have been different since Rosalith. Perhaps Hippocrates knows something.
Instead of everything, you mean? Perhaps.
But yeah, Danganronpa is a very influential game for me, especially because it's actually one of the biggest playthroughs I ever did on the channel. One of the eras I had one of my biggest stretches of growth. I would say like the big key games for my like growth on the channel have been like Yu-Gi-Oh, Danganronpa, Persona are like some of the big pillars of when I had some of my biggest subscriber growths.
Lawsman, I need to ask you about Torgal. Something's not right with him.
He isn't ill, is he?
I don't think so. But according to Lady Karen, he seems to have lost his appetite, which is certainly a new development. She says he's hardly been touching his bones of late, and she believes it may have something to do with what happened at Rosalith Castle.
I rather think she might be right. Though
I was very disappointed in Rain Code not living up to the Danganronpa hype.
To crack
Did you watch the Danganronpa 3 anime? Only like a dozen times.
And I see no reason why a frost wolf should be any different. Accordingly, I suspect it is not a lack of appetite that afflicts Torgal.
Talking about the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
If we assume that his newfound magics require additional nourishment to sustain, it may well be that the bones Lady Karen is accustomed to providing are no longer sufficient. Frost wolves, after all, habitually prey upon far larger animals, whose bones may yield altogether different nutrients. As to where one might find a suitable substitute,
Never got the hate for it. Yeah, neither did I. Fantastic. God, I loved it.
Been known to grow to a size more than double that of their lesser cousins.
I don't recall ever seeing any that large.
And little wonder. The oldest and largest such creatures rarely leave the safety of the highlands for fear of predators. The last elder antelope sighting I recall hearing about took place near Cressida, and that was long before the village was abandoned.
Even so, it seems like a good place to start.
Good hunting, Clive.
It's a bit all over the place, yeah, but that's part of the appeal of Danganronpa, I feel, is that it is kind of just all over. It's wacky, and I think that's part of, like, what's so fun about it. Oh my god, that's the first time we ever watched Ambrosia spawn. He usually always shows up like off screen behind you.
Alright.
Did you cry during any of the games? I think I cried during each of them at some point. I'm quite a softie, so I probably cried during each of them more than once, honestly. You are? Yeah, what?
If I were a giant antelope,
I've cried on like half of the games I've played through, I feel like. I feel like it's almost every game I play on stream I cry at some point if it's like even remotely emotional.
We're bigger than that. You hungry, Torgal?
We need to go back and watch Steins Gate, like my playthrough of Steins Gate, or just like Steins Gate in general. I also cried during that game. It's been a while since I was there for a whole series. Yeah, I think so. I don't remember the last time you were there for a whole series. Maybe Persona?
Will it be enough, I wonder?
I fully broke down twice. I think I broke down more than twice.
I say that answers my question. Which means we owe the lawsmen our thanks. You're just a big puppy, aren't you? A very big puppy. You do know you can take that with you, Torgal. Lady Karen will be relieved to hear you've got your appetite back. Come on, boy.
I was just a fully grown puppy, yeah.
I noticed you and Torgal had gone off somewhere. Take him for a walk, did you?
You could say that.
Yeah, I feel like I've openly wept during a lot of games on stream. Somnium Files, Danganronpa, I think maybe Zero Escape as well, Steins Gate,
That'll teach me for treating you like you're still a pup.
Steins Gate 0.
All right.
I feel like it'd be harder to
Now we know what you're after.
name games I didn't cry during my full playthroughs of.
I brought one for later.
Let's take a look, shall we?
You can, eh? I'm nice like that. In return, you can thank Tomes for me. The bloody know-it-all.
I was just on my way to see him.
Well, I guess there actually are a lot that I haven't cried through recently, but still. Yeah, I'm an only child, so that didn't really resonate with me as well. Plus, I just wasn't as attached to these guys, but I'm looking through my recent playlists. Omori, I'm pretty sure I cried in. Undertale, I think we cried in at some point. Persona 3 Reload, I mean, obviously. Didn't during Super Mario RPG. I think I teared up during Yakuza 0. I don't think I did during Rain Code. I did Ghost Trick Phantom Detective, yeah. None of the Pikmin games. I don't know if I did in Tears of the Kingdom. I don't think I did. I expected Omori to get at you more than it did. I think we still cried during it, but I guess no, I didn't get, like, openly hysterical. What other ones? Nirvana Initiative I cried during. Fire Emblem Engage. Yeah, I got a little misty-eyed in Engage. And Awakening. Didn't during Soul Hackers 2. Didn't during Fire Emblem Fates, I don't think. But, yeah, I mean, I'm quite a... Don't spoil Omori. But no one has. Yeah, I mean, I basically cried during the finale of almost every game. I'd recommend Umi Neko.
Ah, Clive.
People have recommended that to me before, but
indeed, Lawsman.
it's just like
Pointing
straight
us
up
in exactly
visual
the right
novel, though,
direction.
isn't it?
And Torgal's been a very happy hound ever since.
Very good, very good.
Lady Karen sends her thanks, by the way, for your part in solving the mystery.
Ah. But that reminds me. After your last visit, I found myself pondering Torgal's talents. Do you recall our conversation concerning Lady Jill's role in Torgal's
Not really.
transformation?
Umi Neko is long.
About how she somehow...
But is it just visual novel like Steins Gate, or is it visual novel like Danganronpa?
But one which raised certain questions.
It has
in my
some
mind.
gameplay.
You see, the Fenrir of legend served Shiva and Shiva alone. And while the powers attributed to him are certainly impressive, the records imply they are somewhat different in nature to those you described Torgal as having used.
What are you suggesting?
That Torgal may be the beneficiary of more than one icon's power. Consider that in addition to Lady Jill, he has served as a loyal companion to you, your brother, and even the late Cid. In short, the icons hitherto near at hand, or should I say at paw, have been diverse and plenty, and that number has only grown as the realm's dominance have fallen to your sword. One can but speculate as to how all of this has affected Torgal.
Yes.
You're not answering the gameplay questions, Grand Boy.
And if I'm not mistaken, he will grow fiercer still. We are fortunate indeed to be able to count him amongst our allies and not our adversaries.
Oh, he's more than an ally. He's a friend.
Alright. Now we should have Torgal's quest, right?
What is it this time, Torgal?
It'd be scummy if they locked an ending behind DLC, but I wish this game's DLC changed the ending. Yeah. Or at the very least, even like the release of the DLC came with like a free patch that updated the ending or something.
Here you are. Come again. I may have more. Yeah.
How come high clerics... Never mind, I misread it, but still, don't care. Like something has to change when the Leviathan is available? Yeah, it should. Maybe give him some extra power, make it easier for him to kill the final Mother Crystal. It wouldn't be unheard of, just like you mentioned Sonic Frontiers, Mass Effect 3 did that originally as well. I think Mass Effect 3 is like the originator of the free patch improving the ending.
Pining for something, boy. What is it? What do you see out there? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
From Sid, that's why. On the day he brought him home.
That long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age. Doubly hard in being a frost wolf, torn away from his icons and all. Sid would always tell him, you want that iron gone, you find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he was looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long. Let's get that thing off you.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you? You want me to go with you somewhere?
I feel like it'd be so frustrating trying to communicate to something that doesn't speak the same language.
Glad you've been
Like a
paying
dog.
attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Karen.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated. You've been a good friend to him.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you. Go on now.
Because, yeah, it's not like with talking to a human that speaks a different language. Like, there's still, like, a universal level of communication that all humans have. Like, direction and, like, body language and stuff. But, like, trying to talk to an animal that's, like, smart enough that it could get you, but, like, you can't overcome that barrier would be frustrating.
All right, Torgal. Where are you taking me?
Because it's not like he could describe, like, we're going on a boat, I need you to sail in this direction to this island.
Boy. Do you have a better hint for me?
Where's the, like, yeah, animal, like, husbandry spell?
You've already given me one. Back on the rear deck, you were looking west, toward Rosaria.
I like some of the characters in this game, but a lot of them I don't care too much about. Yeah, we're only doing the companion quests of the characters I care about.
I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years.
Wait a minute. Does Cutscene Man have a companion quest?
To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there.
He does? His is Tomes quest? Oh, I don't care about Tomes. It would be really funny, though, if you did Tomes' quest and then he followed you into combat and was like OP. I say you should play all the games on this poll this year. Probably not.
Lots smaller than I remember. And you're a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy. I wasn't being serious.
You two go on without us.
We'll be waiting here.
Thank you. We won't be long.
Are you gonna stream ReFantazio? I feel like it took me a minute to think about what game you were talking about, Devin. I feel like you're the first person I've seen refer to it as ReFantazio. But yes, if you're asked, I do plan on streaming it. If you're referring to Metaphor.
This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on. Race you there? I bet I could still beat you.
Yeah, Atlas has had a pretty big fucking year. I'm shocked they're not spreading it out a little bit more. Honestly.
Here we are.
Because, like, surely Atlas is going to be,
Wasn't it, Torgal?
like, they can't have much coming out in the following years, right? I mean, shit, you didn't even list everything 12 hours. The Answer is still coming out this year. Like, I feel like it's got to be likely that Metaphor gets delayed or something.
Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, Shield. Son his mother could love.
Hey, Unusual Raids. We're doing everyone's companion quests now.
Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle.
Now, Vengeance will be a lot more different than, like, Pokemon Emerald.
You bring these here.
Atlas probably has remaster fillers. No way they release, like, a Persona 4 remake next year. There's just bonding moments with party members. Yeah, they're like companion quests, or like loyalty quests in Mass Effect.
You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy? Thank you, Torgal, for never giving up, for never forgetting. Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either.
You've never played a Pokemon game? That's wild. Honestly, you can start with any of them, though. They all play the same.
All right. I'm coming.
You should probably start with... If I'm to be honest with you, you should start with Sword and Shield. I know Pikachu exists. Would it be funny if Persona 1 and 2 got remakes next year? No, because I want Persona 1 and 2 to get, like, full-on redos.
People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without him, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow.
I feel like you all are recommending games for him that are difficult to play. And I don't mean difficult as in, like, the games are difficult. I mean literally difficult to start playing. GBA stuff is easy to find. If you don't have a gaming PC, how are you doing that? They just stand here. You can't even, like, talk to them. I'm gonna grab a glass of water real quick. The Delta emulator, what's that? Grabbed a glass of water and a donut. Oh, are those iOS emulators, like, actually real? I figured they were all just scams. Alright, what's Dion's companion quest? The logo is a bit scuffed. That's funny. Sorry, I'm playing with one hand so I can eat my donut. How do I get this quest? What is the prerequisite quest? A tale to tell. An inconvenient truth? Okay.
Something tells me this is no mere adventure story.
Yeah, Sword and Shield are fun. Hopefully you didn't buy both, though. Because I'll tell you the big Pokemon secret. Is that the mirror versions in each generation are like the exact same game.
Vivian, I read your note, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But
I really liked Scarlet and Violet.
easy. Are you sure?
Please.
Maybe I'm just a fanboy.
You have always granted me your wisdom and insight whenever I asked. It's only right that I return the favor. Or at least attempt to.
You are too kind. Alas, what I ask of you is rather more trying than delivering the odd lecture. I spoke with Harpocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy might be found, but perhaps it is best that you hear the details from him.
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive, for asking this of you. But this book, it set me on the path to becoming who I am today. Its
It was a
importance
bundle.
cannot be overstated.
Yeah, that's the bundle's probably about the same price. But yeah, Sword and Shield are about the same game. The difference is, I will spoil Pokemon for you. Is that you can capture the Pokemon on the cover in the respective versions. And you can only get them in that game. There's also some version exclusive Pokemon. Yeah, but those are always easy to get around.
Harpocrates, there's something I need to ask you. I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
Then you seek a rare gem indeed. One whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips. You've been talking to Vivian.
Right as always. But she didn't seem keen to tell me.
Yeah, the bundle I'm pretty sure comes with the DLC.
I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
The executors?
Coveters of Secrets. A clandestine organization committed to the collection and intenebration of forbidden texts and technologies. One such text being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as it does the true history of the enslavement of bearers.
I see.
A tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known. Or, so rumor has it. I've never actually read the thing, or even set eyes on it for that matter.
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Why?
That was part of the experience of Scarlet and Violet, though.
They lurk.
The frame rate tanks,
emerging
the blur, the bugging shaders, the horrible lighting, the awful textures.
Before disappearing again.
It was just funny.
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp not long after she found it.
By the hand of the executors, yes.
But what drives them? Self-interest or ideology?
Fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the executors can be recounted in a single breath. You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers.
Yeah, the voice acting is true. The lack of voice acting is the most unforgivable thing.
My hunt was doomed.
I can get over the bad graphics and such.
What was Vivian
It doesn't really bother me. but the no voice acting is pretty rough.
Not from thin air, no.
Especially because like Scarlet Violet tries to be a little plot focused, and there's like a lot of named characters talking,
among the scholars
and they end up talking about fucking nothing because they make no noise.
I have a friend. Well, I had a friend in the village of Garnick, a collector of rare tomes.
Every Pokemon game has voice acting except the main games. It could be a case of like Japan not wanting to mix things up.
Since the skies fell dark.
I'm hoping Pal World was kind of a wake-up call for them.
But though he did not mention it by
that people are hungry for an in-depth, well-developed Pokemon game, and they're willing to settle for Pal World.
Quietly awaiting discovery. If you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from the poor man's library, I know his soul would rest easier.
Very well. When I next find myself in Waloed, I'll be sure to pay Garnick a visit.
Pal World get voice acting? Oh, I have no idea. Probably. The game made like $1 billion or whatever the fuck.
Let's go. Run like the wind.
The base champion was forgettable. Geeta? I feel like Geeta would have been cooler if Nemona and like Rika weren't and Larry weren't all like so cool as part of the Elite Four.
The entire village looks abandoned. Now, which house would a bookworm live in?
It's very rare, I feel, that other members of the Elite Four are, like, really cool. And Larry and Rika are awesome.
This is a Royal Army logbook. Did he take this from the local barracks? This is it. But if what it says is true, I need to get this to the hideaway.
How much she sucked could not be forgotten. Her team, and if you replay her in the DLC, is actually pretty strong. She's very clearly nerfed in base game because of the order of her Pokemon.
I've been watching you from a distance, so to speak.
Subtle. I know who you are.
Then we need not waste time on introductions.
Well, that's because Leon's the GOAT champion, the best to ever do it.
Return to your life.
Your care? Do you mean to burn it or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. But by one means or another, its contents shall be removed from the common record.
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Ash is your GOAT? That boy who lost in Orange League? That's your man?
Just as easily be pried from your dead hand.
Wild that this guy says he's been watching me from a distance and is like, yeah, we're gonna kill you with some dudes.
Let's see, shall we?
Some random ass dudes. Bro. He won? Yeah, but think of all the other ones where he didn't. Sorry I got the name wrong, but y'all know that Ash lost way more times than he won. But keep coping out there in chat. Going mad. Nice win. Yeah, it takes some balls. After all this to be like, yeah, we can fight him. Oh! Finally, I got that sick ending screen with the Odin's Final Slash ability. Hey, there he is.
Impressive. But we have other means. We shall claim the book yet.
Why do you want it so badly anyway?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and avarice of mankind.
Dude has to be so hot wearing all that.
Of the persecution and oppression of a gifted few by a giftless many. Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
I don't know.
You don't know.
I haven't read the
Your
book
sword may
yet.
be sharp, but your wits are dull. So let me answer for you. There is no correct interpretation of history.
Only what is written by the victors.
May be proved beyond a doubt. But there can be no single, immutable explanation as to why they came to pass. It is a question of numbers and of belief. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason, that belief becomes the truth.
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are trying to protect people from themselves, from knowledge that would bring them naught but pain. That is all. You may keep the book, for now. The world is small. We shall meet again. Until then.
Bro.
Wait. Damn it. Let's get this back to Vivian. Perhaps she can explain what that was all about.
Dude just, like, disappeared? Impressive, I suppose. I see what you did there. The Team Flare arc was heat, because they're flares. Heat.
I found it. The book you
He's
lost.
just Batman, dude.
You found it. Thank you, Clive. Even though I asked this of you, I was not entirely sure it would be possible. I fear the executors had seized every copy.
I met with one of these executors, and I convinced him to let me keep it. He told me something. That the truth is just a matter of collective belief. And that if enough
The
people
school
believe
setting
the
was
lie,
boring. Yeah, it's weird that they set up, like,
It does.
a social wink thing in Scarlet Violet, and then they, like, don't pay it off. I imagine it was one of, like, the many things that got
Provided that
cut
those who wish to change it can
from,
convince enough people that their perspective
Scarlet
is the
and Violet.
correct one. As the sad history of the bearers proves.
You said that the book inspired you to become a scholar.
It did. Or its author, rather. She was a heretic, you see. A firebrand and a dissenter. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner of the realm. And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that an entire realm
Keemstar was
trembled at the
yeah.
prospect of its utterance. I, too, have always felt somehow
Another thing
set
that
apart
very
from the
clearly
world
got,
of
like,
men. A stranger to my own species.
cut was their development.
She taught me that my
Because they have, like, a
solitude
whole
was not a
post-Team
curse,
Star arc, and that's
but a
just, like,
gift.
not there.
And that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one, what I found at my destination would be more than worth the cost.
Do you still feel that way? That you're not one of us?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore. Since coming to the hideaway, I find my thinking somewhat clouded. Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather closer perspective.
International
than I
criminals
had
to school
intended.
bullies. I think that's fine, though. It doesn't know. I feel like the evil team thing was getting a little overplayed.
The more I find value in this perspective, in looking not from the outside, but from within. So if you'll permit me, I'd like to continue my work here. Remember, Clive, when enough people believe, belief begets truth. Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth. Make them believe in you, as I do.
I'll try, Vivian. I'll try.
Yeah, but I didn't like Gen 5. That's kind of, I didn't carry the trend of fake evil team and real evil team. Yeah. You say that, but Sun and Moon are my favorite. Is my favorite gen. I love Sun and Moon.
You be careful up there.
So good I actually even played Ultra. Oh yeah, it wasn't great in Sword and Shield.
It's usually me making demands of Hippocrates. I wonder what this is about.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, but then he wouldn't have been as marketable, Crime Boy.
Ah, yes. I expect you're wondering what this is all about.
You spoke of making amends with Dion, but I can't imagine what for.
He needs to be the walking billboard for the new gens.
His tutor. This was some years ago, of course, before I joined Cid in his hideaway. At that time, I was counted among the foremost scholars of Oriflamme, and was accordingly invited to the palace to supervise the young prince's education, all to ensure that the future emperor had a firm grounding in, well, everything an emperor should. History, religion, commerce, government. Alas, our time together was cut short when Dion left to join the Dragoons. His studies no longer being deemed necessary.
I hear nobody talks about the new protagonist.
To meet with him again.
I don't think that's true.
Have you spoken with him?
No, I have yet to find the right moment. His Highness always seems so preoccupied, especially when alone. I would not wish to disturb his ruminations with idle words of greeting. Not when I know he dwells upon the evil Ultima had him commit in the Dominion.
The guilt weighs heavily on him, I know. But as you say, that was Ultima's doing. Surely you can't blame yourself.
When I first met him, it was not guilt, but his people's expectations that weighed heavily upon him, and I did nothing to ease that burden. He bore it alone, until the day he could not bear it any longer.
Cameos of older Mons often is nice. Yeah, but then you get, like, Gen 1ers who, like, always want to see Kanto Pokemon in every single game.
The blame for Dion's transgressions
Can't fall to the,
on his shoulders, but on mine.
I see. I'm ready to help you in any way that I can.
Then I beg that you bring me a wild wyvern tail.
Every once in a while it's nice, but I feel like too many, like, anime, or too many different anime, like, style formats always rely too much on nostalgia. Like, I think it's very odd that, like, Dragon Ball even has so many characters from the OG, series still involved.
And how will I know it?
You have seen cultivated wyvern
Like, why,
before,
in,
the lily-white
like, Tien and Master Roshi and stuff still appearing in Dragon Ball, it's like, why?
Well, those which grow in the wild differ only in their purple hue. The harsher the environment in which they are raised, the deeper the color. There is a waterfall in Rickmal's roost across the strait, where the flowers once grew in abundance. Whether they still survive there, I know not. But try as I might, I can find no likelier location.
It's all right. I'll find you a wyvern tail one way or another.
Thank you, Clive. And please, be safe.
No, thank you. Where's it by? Oh, over here. Berserk's villain blew up and people are still speculating he may actually be alive. For a second I thought you were talking about Jujutsu Kaisen. Another one where people still speculate over deaths that have been left, like, weirdly ambiguous. Don't worry, Nobara is coming back, I'm sure of it. No, I know that. It's very odd, yeah, that he specifically, like, wrote that in. And not only that, but he, like, didn't get rid of that line in the anime either. It's just such an odd choice. If she's not back by volume 265, I feel like it's gotta be... I think it's gotta be over. I don't think there can be enough copium reserves. Surely.
Purple flowers blooming next to a waterfall. Seems this place has been flooded twice over. No mistakes.
Isn't, like, Yuji much? Well, yeah, he's the protagonist, so... Wow, this guy didn't have a very long stagger. That's interesting. Kind of trying a little bit. Brain builds character. Suffering builds character, suffering builds character.
Here they are. Not as well big enough for a bunch, I suppose.
Yeah, I also think it's weird when there's just like never a good moment in like super bleak stories like that.
Oarsman, I found the flowers you were looking for.
You did?
I think I did.
Genji needs a break. No, I'm not as caught up on Chainsaw Man, but I never bothered to get involved with it because it just seemed super bleak, like non-stop.
My dear boy.
Jujutsu Kaisen at least seemed to have like at least some moments of levity.
Shall I invite him to join us?
Oh, I don't...
It's no trouble.
What would she even do if she came back? I mean, her resonance has like a lot of potential.
Your Highness.
Cutscene man.
Would you do me
Speaking of Jujutsu Kaisen and potential man, it's cutscene man.
It is time, then. No. Only to the shelves. Our lawsman has something he'd like to give you.
Master Harpocrates. No. I dare not show my face before him.
I feel Dion should have had so much more, like, it feels ironic saying this, screen time, but like gameplay time. He should have been with us on quests.
Countless innocent lives. And ruined countless more.
Quit complaining.
I have sworn to atone for my crimes or die in the attempt. But were I to meet with him again, and see in his eyes what I have become, I fear that my resolve might falter.
Then that is all the more reason to do it. Test your resolve. Prove to yourself, and to him, how strong it truly is.
You are right. I must, at the very least, offer him my gratitude. Very well, then. Take me to him.
Follow me.
Right, yeah, that's what I'm saying, 12 hours. Like, Resonance has so much potential. Potential woman, some might say.
Even now, I hesitate to approach him. What must he think of me?
She just bangs on that last finger a couple times. It's
You'd be surprised.
GG. That's wraps.
Master Harpocrates, pray. Accept my apologies for leaving your tutelage before my studies were complete. Your lessons opened my mind to a world quite unlike the one I had imagined from within the gilded confines.
Well, yeah, being a single-player game doesn't mean that your party leader can't have companions.
And I shall be forever grateful for the efforts you made to enlighten me.
Lift up your head, Your Highness. The deeds of youth require no apology. That you took the time to visit me says much about the man you have become. Now,
I should grow my beard out and braid it like that.
To show you.
Is that a wyvern tail? The color is unfamiliar to me.
Because it is unique to those found in the wild. Something in the harsh environments in which they grow lends them this striking hue.
A lot of flowers in all
Their
these
roots are
companion quests.
indistinguishable from those of their hothouse cousins, but once they bloom, the difference is immediately apparent. In this flower, I see you, Your Highness. Its roots were the roots of a wyvern tail, with all that implies. But they do not define it, just as yours do not define you. I want you to have it, that it might remind you of this truth.
Master Harpocrates, I would ask of you a service. Keep your gift until I have fulfilled my duty to the realm.
It's a flower, bro. It's not gonna last that long.
As you wish, Your Highness. I shall await your return.
Our roots do not define us.
Honestly, you only have like 2 companion quests not done after
My
this?
stepmother didn't like him.
Yeah, but I don't know if I really want to do the other ones. Is it worth it?
Reuniting me with memories I had thought long lost. I shall not forget this.
Thank you, Clive. Were it not for you, I fear I might never have found the right moment to speak with him.
Because he dies after
Mention
this.
the wyvern tales. I shall plant their seeds, that I might not disappoint His Highness upon his return.
I hope the soul in the hideaway is to their liking.
Why, these flowers bloomed in the bleak, black wastes of Waloed. I'm sure Nigel's yard will suit them to a T.
Fine, we'll do Gavs. You said Gavs was short and sweet, right?
When it comes to expressing one's gratitude, I find that words are seldom sufficient. Here.
What's this?
Leviathan's dominant as a child stuck in a time spell. Oh man. And we beat him up?
'Tis said that an owl's feathers are steeped in the wishes it hears over its long lifetime. All those words just waiting to pour out onto the page. So consider this my wish for you. That one day you may put down your sword and pick up that pen.
Well, when that day comes, I'll certainly
I have
a
to
lot
do
write
several
about.
quests for this.
Thank you, Harpocrates. It shall have pride of place in my
The
chamber.
Ragnarok sword quest is decent. I think we already did that one. Are you implying that Cursed Clash is worth playing 12 hours? I'll never be worth playing. I can't believe it.
Sid, I was wondering if you could help me.
It depends what with.
A bearer, but recently freed from his bonds, is keen to join the Curse Breakers. As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability. I was hoping you could oversee this one's evaluation.
I don't mind, but why this one?
Because he wants to be a scout. Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting slavers to the sword. But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily on
They
Gav.
announced young Gojo.
Since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed
Going
to
for the
recognize
Dragon Ball
traits in it that
effect.
we should look for.
We can also announce some of our main characters.
So you're happy to oversee the boys' test then?
One can never have too many scouts.
Truer words, Sid. I'll let the initiate know that you'll be attending his trial, and that he is to proceed directly to Northreach in readiness.
No time like the present, eh?
No time like the present. I'll await you there.
No, 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 no.
I don't suppose they could have chosen somewhere closer. Nazir might at least have mentioned where in Northreach he'd be testing this recruit.
I'm nervous.
I'm nervous.
Sid, this is the initiate. Ember, present yourself.
At your service, Master.
Please, just Sid. There are no masters here. Your life is your own.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Sid. The sergeant says you'll be evaluating me at my trial.
To become a scout, yes. You are aware of the dangers inherent in that role.
I am, but I swore I'd face them. Just like the man who saved my life.
Who would that be?
Gav. It was him who found me and freed me. No magic, no support, just one man and his nose. Came and sniffed me out. Taught me what one man can do if he puts his mind to it. And I've been training ever since, so that one day I can be someone's saviour, just like Gav was mine.
I'm sure he'd be flattered. You clearly have good intentions, Ember. And it sounds like you're under no illusions.
Does he have a way to get through infinity?
Make a fine curse breaker.
So, what? Have I passed?
You haven't even started yet. Now listen. Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there record all their sightings in a logbook. You are to find it and bring it here.
And bring it here, right. Anything else?
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost and stealing the logbook will be quite sufficient. You'll need to assess the situation, determine a point of entry, create a distraction and effect an escape, all without being discovered and thrown into an Imperial oubliette.
Ember, Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything. It's essential that you know your limits.
Know my
I
limits.
can't believe
right?
they would not release
I won't let you
Toji
down.
for the DLC. They're just like asking for the game to not make money.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out. But keep a weather eye on him all the same, would you?
On my way. All right, Ember. Impress me.
Oh, oops.
These are clean kills. Perhaps young Ember really is ready.
Man, dude's hauling ass up here.
Maybe not.
He ran faster than me on Ambrosia up here, so maybe he is good.
Damn it.
Ember, draw your sword!
I can't!
Even if he did draw his sword, he couldn't take that thing.
Then run! If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
I don't know if that's something that can, like, actually be answered, Devin. I just smoked this dude.
Farewell.
Ember, are you? Gone. Of course. Scouts really are a rare breed. Back to Northreach it is then.
Damn, poor dude failed.
I didn't expect you back so soon. Where is Ember? How did he fare?
I thought I'd find him with you. He must have fled. I followed him to Eastwatch, where I found him being set upon by a wild Avis. He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his sword. I had to step in and take care of things. But by the time I had, he was nowhere to be seen. I assumed he'd set off in your direction, but apparently not.
I'm sorry, Sid. I knew the boy had a nervous streak, but he seemed like...
The right man for the job? I believe this is the logbook you tasked me with retrieving.
How did you... Don't you tell me you breached the tower while Sid was busy saving your skin.
What? Wasn't that what you asked me to do? To bring the thing back without getting caught?
He has you then, his heir. And he did it all on his own.
But Sid,
He did what he thought was best. And now I have to decide whether I agree.
Of course. We'll await your evaluation back at the
He ain't ready.
Don't you leave my sight.
Gav would have stuck by my side.
Yes, Sergeant.
Unless directed otherwise.
This won't be an easy decision.
That's not true. It'll be very easy.
Should have
No.
seen him. The thing didn't see.
Welcome back, Sid.
Welcome back, Sid.
Yes. Welcome back. Trip wasn't too much of a pain in the arse, I hope. Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you in to help with the trial. But from what I hear, things didn't go quite as planned.
No, they most certainly did not.
Fuck it. I'll say
Ember
yeah.
lost his nerve in the face
Good
of
for
a beast
him.
of prey, but he didn't lose heart. He pressed on, and he achieved his aim. And is that not what we ask of our scouts?
Indeed it is. Thank you for your honest appraisal, Sid. The fact remains, however, that Ember will not always have a battle-hardened warrior on hand to pluck him from the jaws of peril. All I have gleaned from this trial is that without someone watching his back, Ember is little more than a liability.
Wait, Sergeant. Ember still has much to learn, it's true. And this time he was found wanting. But I'd say
What's
he's
your
due a second
favorite
chance
stand?
nonetheless. After all, you did do
Favorite
what you
stand?
asked.
Like favorite
With
JoJo
hard
stand?
work, any hand can be made to hold a
Um,
blade, and any mind can conquer its fears. But a
Damn.
scout's nose is different.
It's a hard one.
You've either got one, or you ain't. And by sniffing out that lock, young Ember here has shown he has a conk and a half. Wouldn't do to waste it now, would it?
Fine.
I don't know.
One more chance.
I'll do whatever you ask. I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to.
Is it cliche
I'll
to
show
say
you.
Star Platinum?
Just you wait.
Daft as a brush, that one. But his heart's in the right place. Just like someone else we know. And if you ask me, we've been leaning on him for far too long. That time the curse breakers took some of the weight off his shoulders, I reckon.
It couldn't hurt.
Just don't tell Gav I said so.
Gold Experience Requiem is
Thinking
just
he's been
nah.
overrun by
Yeah, that's funny.
Next thing you know, he'll be asking for a day off. Chance will be a fine thing. Back to work.
Forgive me, Sid. This... did
I like
not
that
play
part
as I expected.
6s are the ones that just kind of like
Things
by
really
part
do these
6 all the
days.
stands are just kind of like
That's why
off
we
the
need men
rails,
like Ember more than ever.
which is really
Men
fun.
who can make the best out of a bad situation. Remember that.
I will, Sid. Thank you.
I also love the how clever it is that they made the part 6 villains localized stand names still be the original Japanese name, and it's like the only stand that has that. Because like obviously all the Japanese names are different than the English localization names, because all of the stands after part 3 are like music names, and so for copyright reasons they can't be called that in the US. But they get around it because of in part 6 the song is called Made in Heaven, and so then the villain's stand is called Maiden Heaven, but if you like say it with an accent it still sounds like Made in Heaven, which is very funny.
You alright?
Something troubling you?
No more than usual. It's just... Eda's baby will be coming soon and... I
Dirty
wanted to
Dean's
make
Jump
something
Cheap
for
is
it.
also a
I'm sure she'd like that.
really
Back
good
in the
one.
north, families would always make gifts when a bairn was on the way. Yeah, let the little tykes know they were welcome in their new homes like.
So, What's the problem?
Well, the problem is that Edda's due any day now. I don't know if I'll be ready.
Oh, Edda. Build the axe at a reasonable price. Yeah, I fucking love that localization stand. What was one of the Part 8 stands? Well, one of them, fuck, what is it? Flaccid Pancake? I think that's the one you're thinking of. Because it's, Limp Bizkit. And then the localization is Flaccid Pancake. That's probably the best. But that's in Stone Ocean. Although I don't think it was called Flaccid Pancake in the anime, is it? God, what I wouldn't have given to be able to voice,
Is there anything I can do to help?
to be the voice actor, to call my stand
What exactly?
Flaccid Pancake!
A good luck charm. But not just any good luck charm.
Not just any.
No. One made from the feather of a silver chocobo. There's no luck in all the realm. So
What are these names? They're like clever plays on famous song
and
names.
Karen check with their suppliers, but nothing.
So in JoJo,
Track one down myself,
after
only-
part 3,
Only the big
all
days
of the
for
stands
devotion.
are named after famous American
And that's all you
songs.
need, a feather.
Well, not necessarily American. Famous songs.
To, aye. I was gonna
So
start by
they can be
asking around
called
if traveling
those names in
traders behind
Japan,
northern borders.
but in the US, for copyright reasons, they can't be marketed as those names that are trademarked. So they get like a pun
You're a good
that's like a
friend,
play
Clive.
on the name.
I won't forget this.
Like, for example, the titular character for JoJo Part 4, his stand's name is, in Japan, is it's Crazy Diamond, right? Yeah, Crazy Diamond. And then the localization is Shining Diamond. Because it still makes sense, right? And it still plays with the song name. Like, the song's name is Shine On, You Crazy Diamond. I'm sorry, what? Crime Boy? I actually haven't read Part 8. I only read up to Part 6 before the anime even came out, but then I stopped, watching because I don't like, or I wasn't a huge fan of the Part 7 being a reboot. Part 4 is a lot of fun. I think Part 6 is my favorite.
Let's hope one of the merchants here has what Gav needs. Excuse me. I'm looking for something.
Oh, well, then I'm your man.
But whether or not they localize the stand named after Snoop Dogg's album, just doggy style.
First to mention the bird around here. There was a man stopped by the rest not long ago, claiming he was attacked by a silver chocobo.
That would be cool.
Near some guide hovel, not far from East.
I'm sure they will.
Most took him for a braggart and a liar, but who knows? Perhaps there was some truth to his tale.
We'll see. Thank you.
God, that would be really funny. If one of them are named after Kendrick's diss tracks.
I'm all for making this town a welcoming place, but hospitality has its limits.
Look, Daddy. Shining so brightly. Isn't it pretty?
These traitors, Jesus.
Pretty blooming sinister.
The protagonist pops a boner from a hug. So is he, like, supposed to be a loser, or what?
How do, traveler? You've the look of a man who could do
Wonder
with
of
a
You is the only
whetstone.
stand you know past part 3.
Or perhaps a bawdy etching of the
I feel
light.
like that you skipped so many parts knowing Wonder of You.
Maybe another time. I'm looking for a silver chocobo feather.
If that's the case, rumors are all you're likely to find. No one has seen a silver chocobo for years. Word is they were all hunted for their feathers. Some northern nonsense about bringing good luck. Didn't bring them much, nor their bones. If any are still out there, I reckon they'll be doing their damnedest not to be discovered.
You're probably right. Thank you anyway.
That would be really funny if that was like the main villain of the series.
How do? Very well.
I aspire to be as much of a hater as Ultima or Kendrick. I still feel that none of them are as much of a hater as Dio. Like, Ultima definitely can't be, because Ultima didn't manage to kill Torgal.
Did you hear that Balthur's been turning travelers away? Her beds are full of bearers. I was starting to want them. The way they have red. Paying customers. They're on the road to Lily.
Can I help you with something?
You wouldn't happen to sell silver chocobo feathers, would you?
I deal in fruit, not fancies. But if it's fancies you're after, I suggest you try Rhiannon's ride.
Yeah, no one's ever been as much of a hater as Dio.
If you believe the ravings of a man.
He is a generational hater.
A silver chocobo sighted in the hills near Rhiannon's Ride. It sounds almost too good to be true. But since I'm already here.
Scouts have reported seeing or Akashic on Rhiannon's
Reverse Flash cannot be rivaled. That's true, he's also up there.
the one of you, eh?
This is the first time you ever see like one of these out in the wild.
This one's awake. Let's see what's inside.
Oh, let's not. Now that you've seen several of the companion quests, do you like the characters a tiny bit more? No.
Drax. I won't live by bandits for a change.
Jill's was nice.
More Drax.
But again, it also, like, weirdly, I feel like it even further relegates her to, like, damsel in distress more than any other character.
And recently.
Because for whatever reason, she's the only one that completely loses her icon after the suck. And that annoys me. Which isn't really her fault as a character, but I just don't like it.
I don't hear anything. Well, I'll be damned.
Didn't she use it in Ash when they... I thought Ambrosia was cool, like, unique. Huh? Oh, these must be Ambrosia's parents or something.
It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. Just borrowing a feather for my friend. Thank you.
Damn.
Let's get this back to Gav before they change their minds.
Undid Ambrosia's uniqueness with this quest. Didn't she use it in Ash when they crashed through the wall? Maybe. The big issue is that Joshua specifically states that she's lost Shiva.
Clive, you're back. How'd you get on? Any luck?
Any luck, you say?
Yeah, Shiva's design's pretty cool.
Crystal's crack. Is this what I think it is? Where in the hell did you find it?
It's a long story.
Really not that long. In fact, it's like a 5-minute side quest.
Right there on the road to Eastpool. Who'd have thought it?
Everything up there's been abandoned for years. The empty cabin made for the perfect shelter. Though I fear my presence may have forced the poor creatures to look elsewhere.
Don't blame yourself, Clive. The Blight's right on Eastpool's doorstep. They'd have had to move on before long, even if you hadn't have turned up. They'll find a new home. Trust me. After all, that's what us endangered animals do. Anyway, what matters is, you managed to nick us one of their quills before they could run off. And now all that's left is to fix it to the carving.
I didn't know you could carve.
Reckon there's a lot you don't know about me. Like the fact I'm as good with a whittling knife as I am with a sword.
Isn't Shiva the first ever summon?
Ember gear
That'd be
is
kind
a
of cool.
dream to work with.
What did you say it was from again? An Avis? But it weren't your Avis, Sid. I slew one of my own at last.
So all those long nights in the pit finally bore fruit. I'm proud of you, Ember.
Don't speak too soon. I ain't done my trial yet. There we go. What do you think? I think if you ever hang up your scouting cap, you'll be able to make an honest living. Oh, will I? I should go and see if Ed is awake.
Give it my best.
You can give it to yourself. Come on.
Shiva from Final Fantasy 15 is something I wouldn't look at in public. Well, I know what I must do. It's funny, 16 shows so much more prominently. There's so many of her. She's just like a common summon. The weird blue skin doesn't do it for me. Which is weird because Liara does it for me in Mass Effect.
I was just about to go in. But then
Well,
I thought it might be better if you went first. What with you being the head of the family and all.
What? I'm not head of his family.
Clive. Don't push yourself too hard, Clive.
Nonsense.
Ah, me lords.
How are you feeling?
Well, thank you.
Good, because I weirdly care about you.
Is something wrong?
Wrong? No, nothing like that. What it is,
Go on, please. It's...
I need to get around to playing as FemShep.
Did you make it?
we did.
I actually have never played as FemShep either, really.
Here at the Hideaway,
So,
your new
can't say I
family
blame you. Well, I did Mass Effect 1 when I streamed it
north when it
when
bends on the way.
the remake came out, but that's it. I haven't played the others as FemShep.
To let him know that they're part of the family too. Oh, I hope you like it.
I don't know what to say. I thank you, my lords, for everything.
Good for you, Gav.
If there's anything you need, just let us know.
I will.
Clive, fancy a swift off? I'm thirsty.
I could be convinced.
You go for Tally instead, really? I never romanced Tally.
Don't you think you've had enough?
No, we're celebrating. I'm gonna be a father.
I think Edda might have something to say about that.
You know what I mean.
No, I don't. What?
Bit of light in these dark times. Wasn't long after me 10th name day. My mum told us she was with child again. I was over the fucking moon. I was looking forward to having a little one to lord it over,
What with me being the runt of the litter, thought I'd finally have a chance to...
Can't get over how nice these mugs are.
I could be a big brother.
Mum died.
Imperials came the day she went into labour. Had myself a baby sister. And then I didn't. My whole family gone in a blink, while I hid in the cellar like the spineless little arsehole I was.
You're like 5.
Great
Or no,
brother
10.
I turned out to be. I'll never be a leader. And I'll never be a hero. I'm just a daft little dog who comes running when his master calls.
Yeah, I had one too many.
Like you, or Sid, or Jill, or even Torgal.
Have you finished?
Maybe.
It's impressive that he's been standing
You're our best
to
scout.
drink that much. Might be sitting down by then.
Because you don't need anyone to hold your hand. Without your resourcefulness, your courage, your determination, I don't know where we'd be. Maybe
Your
hanging off a cliff like,
single visionness.
That was only the once.
Exactly. You learn from it. And here you are after Founder knows how many missions, stronger for everyone. And let's not forget Rosalith. Who was it who freed me from the dungeon? Who was it who ran to Jill's rescue?
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav. My brother.
Your brother.
Where's my Phoenix powers?
Which means that when the time comes,
I get your room. And your sword.
Yeah, I've seen a character you didn't vibe with at all. It's because he's cursed with having this generic NPC outfit. It's just too easy to write him off every scene he shows up in, because you're like, oh yeah, it's that NPC, and then you hear him and it's like, oh shit, it's Gav. I have zero idea why they gave him such a generic outfit.
you may have had 10 too many.
I said I was thirsty. Better get back to work anyway. After I walk this off.
I should
Clive?
sleep it off.
What is it?
Thanks.
Whatever happened to Sir Wade? He decided to stay in Rosalith to be its defender.
Do you think they'll come back?
Of course they will. It's just a big Christmas.
Alright. I think that's a good spot to end the stream. And end our playthrough of Final Fantasy XVI. Thank you all for watching and playing along with me and hanging out. Byron had a pretty good few weeks, and then he's about to have some really bad ones. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, it's been fun. Excited for Paper Mario? Yeah, Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door remake will be next week, probably. I'm gonna give the poll one more day, but unless Hades 2 has a dramatic comeback, I don't, foresee that happening. I was actually shocked that Gravity Rush got no love in the poll. I think Gravity Rush has like 3% of the vote. Which is crazy, because I know Gravity Rush is like a cult favorite, but I guess there's a reason it wasn't too popular in the end of the day. Ain't Hades still in alpha? I think it's closed beta. Or public beta or something right now, because you can buy it and play it. Not this cult. But a cute anime girl I would have thought would have been, like, directly related to my fan base. Or my subscriber base. I suppose not. I am interested in playing it, but yeah, maybe I'll get around to it in my own private time. If it doesn't seem that too many people are interested in watching a stream of it. Full release would probably get more votes. Yeah, probably. I suppose we can wait till Hades is fully out then. But it does seem weird that it, like, it's how to distinguish that it's out or not yet, considering that it's something you could purchase, and there's a vast length of gameplay available in it already. But yeah, that's it. Yeah, it is weird to end off like just a side quest when we started the stream off doing the end game quest. But alas, what can you do? I wouldn't have been able to find these without chat's help anyway, because I didn't realize you had to do other quests to unlock some of these. But yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting as always. I'll see you guys next weekend with Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door remake. If you're a new viewer watching the VOD this late into the game, well, I appreciate you. Please be sure to subscribe, hit the bell button, and of course, join my Discord channel. Link in the description below. Hang out, vibe, and chat with me even after the streams are over. And, yeah, I think that's everything. Did I say like the stream? Yeah. Subscribe. Bell button for YouTube notifications. And yeah. See you guys next weekend. Hope you have a good week, whether you're doing schoolwork or just vibing. Until next time. See ya.